Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第197天。It is day 197. We're starting with HanziHero again today. Level up day. Wanikani is in another hour and a half. Plenty of time to squeeze in our HanziHero lesson first. We had 4 characters from yesterday. So one of them was Xi. Oops, I missed a stroke. And 习惯，惯是right. 习惯 for habit. And one. Swan. And I was thinking, what was Li? I think it was Li. I think Li was this one. Right. Li for ceremony. I think those are our characters. 5. Yeah, 5. Alright, let's get to our lesson. Long day ahead of us. We got lessons for Wanikani as well. Okay. 系统 Department 系统 Lay down department system or unite. Oh, that's unite. Wait. How's this unite? Oh yeah. There's another tone. Actually, no, that's a tongue. I'm getting tongue and tone. Honestly, I wonder what C tongue is. Huh. So C tone. Unite departments to create a system. That's interesting. 这个系统很 something 杂 suit 很复杂 Ooh. Not sure if I remember this one. Oh, that's Frankenstein. Bathroom. Suit. Handgun. Sun. And a foreman. No, I'm not sure. I don't think I have a meaning attached to Fu yet.
系统
系统 Okay, 系统
冲突
冲突 冲 Oh, I almost forgot Chung yesterday. It's our newest one. 冲突 Oh, what is that? charge tool. Charge and sun, a conflict. A conflict occurs when two different sides suddenly charge towards each other. That's fair enough. To conflict. Interesting. 他们在会议中发生了冲突。them in the middle of a discussion suddenly or encountered a conflict. They had a conflict during the meeting. Fair enough. This can be meeting, it's just a form of discussion. Like they're meeting together, talking, some form of talking.
冲突
Okay.
根源
a root. A root, yes. Root and yuan. Root source. Oh, root. Yeah, that type of root then. A cause, the source, yeah. 这个问题的根源 the root of this problem.
根源归还
I didn't intentionally type two T's there. Not intended. 归还 Yeah, 归还 Huh. 归 is to return. Okay. Let's hear this again. 我需要归还我的图书馆书bamboo plows earth sun. I definitely have this. Right? I'm actually not sure.
我需要归还我的图书馆书籍。
Okay, it's Juan. Okay. And 书籍 Jimmy Neutron in the house with the pot. No. I don't recall that at all. Okay.
归还真诚
really true. Yeah, true. 诚 sincere, really sincere. Oh, true sincere. Yeah, okay. 他对人总是很真诚，总是 OK， 总是oops， 真诚。诶 What? Oh. I don't want to talk about it.
冲突，
冲突 Oops.
归还，
归还
根源，
根源
真诚，
真诚
系统，
系统 Just silently read. Okay. 默读 Silent read. 在图书馆在图书馆里要默读默读在图书馆 Try not to accidentally say 图书馆在图书馆里要默读
在图书馆里要默读。
Oops.
默
默读
读，遗传，
遗传 leave behind 传 pass on. Yeah, genetics is interesting, or inheritance. I think it's closer to inheritance, but I totally get how it could be used for genetics and genes. 遗传决定眼睛really 手色 Oh no, not 手色黄色 No 颜色 No 颜色 Interesting 颜色 instead of using 颜色 works. I was thinking maybe like use surface instead. I guess that's counting.
遗传决定眼睛颜色。
遗传决定眼睛颜色。
遗传，
对，
总统，
总统 Yeah, 总统 President. 总统 Yeah, 总统 That's right on top of each other. I think this one is one of the ones that are right on top of each other. 总统美国的总统总统Oh, it's actually kind of slightly different. 总统总统是谁？
美国的总统是谁？
总统，
总统 is a little bit different than 总统。Maybe that's one of the bigger differences. There's actually 3 threes, not like half tones. That actually just straight up 3 threes as opposed to using half tones. So 总统is a half tone. 总统 is just 3-3. I'm probably going to be more likely to say 总统 instead of 总统总统
冲浪，
冲浪冲浪 Charge wave. Oh yeah. Yeah. To charge on a wave. And on a wave and charge for surfing. Surfing good. Right. 我喜欢在夏天冲浪。
我喜欢在夏天冲浪。
Okay.
冲浪
Long was a little bit weak. Multiple times. It's because of copper. Copper is the weak component.
资源
资源 assets asset source resource. I always wondered about the word resource. Like every time resource is being used, it's used almost synonymously preceding source. So like a source and a resource is very much on. Actually, you know what? Is it probably because it's extracted or something? A source is the origin or point from which something comes, while a resource is something that can be used to achieve a goal. Oh, okay. I guess that's kind of like the thing that I'm talking about is the re part. Yeah, so a river is a source of water. Water from the river is a resource from okay. That checks out. That definitely checks out. And I understand the re and resource. What is it? 自然资源自然资源自然 still retains the nature part. Design. Okay.
资源默读资源遗传冲浪
wait. Right? Yeah.
总统
I didn't even process that was overall lay down. No, not lay down. Overall, I did this again. This isn't laying down. It's attach, or what do they use for this? United. Yeah. that could be a problem. 诚实 sincere, true, honest. Still sincere. I think sincere is still okay. 诚实的人下 说 something. I don't have that.
诚实的人不说谎。
说话，话，说话。Interesting.
诚实，遗产，
遗产 heritage. Oh boy, we're getting I see. Interesting. Leave behind products, heritage, inheritance. I mean, they're still both inheritance, legacy. Leave behind products. 这台汽车是我爸爸的遗产。
遗产，
遗产，遗产。
无家可归，
无家可归，无家可归。No house, right? No house able to return to, right? Homeless. 他的家，他的家被 something 了。Interesting. How does that work? Bay with something else equals destroyed. Let's see. 现在无家可归。Interesting. What is
他的
this?
家被毁了，现在无家可归。
回了，被毁了。Interesting. 被毁了。That's gonna take some gymnastics due to the default meaning we have for 被, which is quilt. 无家可归的人。家可归，
无家可归，
家可归。
离，
The fraction. Wow, that's loaded. Link is inside the living room of the house, where he's in charge of building a thin cliff inside that is a Chinese mile high. In his house? A cliff. Ugh, to serve as a wall. Okay. He does this by cutting down a fraction blossoming tree. A fraction of a blossoming tree that is in the corner of the living room to serve as material for the cliff. The foreman keeps on hassling him on not even being a fraction done with his task. Wow, that is some word gymnastics right there. Lick lays a single rock down on the carpet and says at least he has finally made a fraction of the cliff. Okay, hold up. Alright. He's only gonna get a fraction of a Chinese mile inside his house as well, so we might as well just go a full send on this. So a wooden wall, right? A wooden wall cliff face. A wooden cliff face wall made of a blossoming tree. It doesn't have to be in the corner of the living room, I suppose. It should just be from outside. Maybe it's better outside. But it's Link. I have to do is picture Goober attempting this inside the house. A centimeter. Oh no. Limi. What was millimeter? 关米. And so that's a fraction of a rice. Okay. Oh, it actually might be hanmi. It's hanmi. Oh no, it's not hanmi. Oh no, yeah, it is 1,000th of a rice. Hanmi. Okay, and then I get it. Okay, that makes a little. Okay, fine.
离
Eventually, with enough measuring words, we could use the measuring words as a relation for some of these characters. Like, now that I know that Li Mi and Han Mi are related, it's a little bit easier to remember the relationship between a centimeter and a millimeter than whatever other words they use with Li and Han. Another use of was like Wuhan or something like that. Wuhan, just absolutely nothing or very little, maybe, or like Hanro, Hanro, maybe something like really weak, 1,000th of weak, maybe something like that. E Wilkers,
咸
yen, the other thing related to salt, yen instead of yen. Okay, Xena's inside the pawn shop, bored at work. Okay, she puts a salt shaker on one side of the pawn shop. Go on, and uses a secondhand blowgun to try to hit it. Okay, she succeeds and the salt goes everywhere, making the entirety of the pawn shop floor salty. Some even lands in Xena's mouth, giving her taste buds a salty sensation. Might be a little tough. You know, Xena can use a blowgun, yeah. Yeah, 咸鱼. 咸鱼. No, 咸鱼. 咸鱼. Yeah, 咸鱼. This was what I was talking about. This is a very specific thing I was talking about, where it's like fish and salt. It's just fish and salt. I think I was talking to someone about breakfast, porridge, even. 咸鱼 is a great one. Salted vegetables. Xian cai. And savory pork. Yeah, yep. These are the three. Xianzhou. So Xianzhou goes with Xian cai and Xianyu. Yeah, they are often mentioned in conjunction for breakfast. Interesting.
咸
Xian. Okay, let me grab onto this. All right.
离
Okay. Okay.
咸 诚实
Okay.
遗产
遗产.
无家可归
家可归. Okay. 县. Oh boy. A county. Okay. Xena's in the bathroom of the pawn shop where she is using a small... Okay. a small tool. Okay. A small tool to create a map of the pawn shop's county with some silk. Okay. The tool is powered by water from the faucet, and Xena is borrowing it from the display case in the other room. She hopes to sell the silk map of the county at the pawn shop, keeping the revenue for herself. Okay. Like the county in which the pawn shop is in. It's very primitive. I think it'll be okay. I don't know, it kind of sounds like something Jimmy Neutron would do. Silk map, you say? Okay. 县城县城县城是 what? County seat? I guess. The county... That just screams county to me. Just county. 县城 Right? Yeah, that just screams county. Hmm. 县级 That's fair. County level.
县
Yeah.
堡
Oh. Huh. I'm trying to think of a vocabulary word here. Bart Simpson is in the cellar of the barn. Looking for a hidden treasure. He smashes a dollhouse against the wall. Fair enough. And also a clay pot full of manure, trying to find that hidden treasure. Finally, he finds a shellfish that has an ancient cow's scepter inside. He wonders how much he can pawn this treasure for. That works. I have no qualms with that one. What? 宝贝. Oh, okay. 宝贝, yeah. 宝贝. 宝贵. Treasure. Expensive or valuable, precious. MAKU. Oh, cool. Shack and car. I don't think so. It has something to do with maybe a volume? Like an amount? 宝石. Gemstone. Okay. I don't got anything. But it certainly reminds me of vermilion. Oh, wait. No. I don't think that's vermilion, right? Yeah, it's a pearl. Okay.
宝
Oh. Okay.
金
Jing. Ooh. Alright. I kind of remember a phrase like 惊死了. Like, you startled me half to death. To startle to death. 惊死. 惊死了. Kind of like 饿死了. To starve to death. I think. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the English Manor. Sure. Lounging on the immaculate lawn, English Manor, in front. Suddenly, a horse trots up to him, gets on its hind legs, and delivers a salute. What the? Jimmy is so startled that he screams and runs away towards the... That's one way to look at it. Runs away towards the English Manor. The horse rolls his eyes at once again, startling someone just by being polite. That's kind of funny. Kind of reminds me of a scene possibly from like Toy Story or something like that, or maybe definitely a Disney thing. But Jimmy Neutron's not from. Maybe like someone on horseback suddenly came up and approached quickly to salute Jimmy, right? To salute Jimmy, but it ended up startling him. Once he recovered, you know, he salutes back. That's sufficient. Salute. How does salute work? Something like giving flowers and complimenting on a person's lip ring. Oh no. That's not lip ring. What is that? A voice recorder? How does that work? I don't remember how a salute works. You must salute them. Moreover, it gives them some flowers too. Take notes and okay. I think this one is not okay. I can't tell that it's Jimmy. Actually, Jimmy is in front of the English manor, lounging on the immaculate lawn, hyper focusing on how what is the secret behind the gardening work, right? The immaculate lawn. When suddenly, you know, he was so focused that the gardener on horseback approached him and startled him as he attempted to salute Jimmy, right? That would work. 吃惊. Oh, 吃惊, interesting. Maybe not. Maybe it's not what I was thinking. Huh. 惊喜. Pleasant surprise. Makes sense. The shock. Oh. What was our shock? 小课. Oh, 小课. No, it's supposed to be a sound. It's a loan word. 震惊. I don't have a reference for young yet. 惊吓. Nope. Nope. 惊讶. Nope, no yeah either. Things to look forward to.
精 静
Oh my gosh, Jing. So we had double. Wow, we're getting some use here. No, we finally got mirror Jing, which lands right on top of actually Jing. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the English manor, trying to destroy the evil mirror contained within. He takes a piece of metal and starts breaking out the glass of the mirror, but he can't because the mirror is made of invincible metal. Okay. I think this is fine because it overlaps with Jing. 镜子. No 眼睛, huh? 镜头. Interesting. A lens. Oh, I kind of get it. Huh. 镜头. Yeah, 眼睛. There's the glasses. 黑镜 makes sense. Oh, 墨镜, not 黑镜. 墨镜. I thought of black glass. Like Black Mirror. 墨镜. Interesting that they use mirror.墨镜. 眼镜. Gotta make sure it's not 眼睛. A prism. I have no reference for Lung. Lung Jing.
静怡
Oh boy. Oh, there's the zombie. Oh my gosh, that's their zombie? What was the zombie? Oh man, those zombies are... Wait. Is it related? Maybe it's simplified? I doubt it. We'll have to look at it. Actually, yeah, we'll have to look at it later. Oh no. This suspiciously looked like something else, which I don't think it's the same thing. What does this suspiciously look like? Doubt. Maybe it is doubt. I don't know yet. Picture a battle-worn zombie limping towards you. Okay. It has a spoon and dart sticking out its head. Okay. And its elbow has been twisted around so that it is upside down. Got it. Sticking out of his chest is a pointer that goes through its not beating heart. Beware the zombie. Alright, alright. Oh, it is doubt. Okay, it is the same doubt. I'm like, why does this suspiciously look like doubt? This is where Japanese came in before Chinese. Ball. Right, ball. Okay. So we have zombie, you know. I'm gonna add a doubt for now. And we can probably bridge that if we need to.
怡
Honestly, a lot of times, there was a complaint. Like, there was a common complaint. Or not really common complaint, but... Not really a complaint, but more of a... Why is it this way? It's just an extra step. Actually, that is complaining. That is complaining. I take it back. Because they could do it themselves, so the person using the system could do what I just did and add doubt as a synonym. But instead, they went to complain about it and say like, well, this doesn't make sense. It's just an extra step. Sometimes extra steps can provide distinction between two different categorizations. So I actually found that you could do both. So having a distinction is convenient, and you can also have it skip the step. I typically do both until I find out which one I lean on. Actually, most of the time I keep both in mind, largely because it's not that big of a stretch, and adding more steps create more resolution. And the reason why I'm adding doubt is because it's creating resolution with Japanese. Overall, I actually found that remembering components not being lumped together with their characters made them far more flexible in making mnemonics than lumping them together. Like, doubt is far less agreeable than using an object. And a lot of times when they're different, you can make a distinction between you learn more than one thing to use in the mnemonics. Now, it's a means to an end. A lot of individuals who say that it's a waste of time or you just skip the steps is because it expedites, right? It expedites the situation. Like, oh, you can just keep calling this doubt to doubt, and then every time doubt shows up, you use doubt. Like, that's fine. Whenever someone makes what's a good example? Whenever someone makes their own mnemonics, it's the most efficient way that they can make mnemonics. But if someone else has a less, quote unquote, less efficient way, like they have more steps, I don't see it as an impediment. I see it as a potential inspiration. So that's probably what is the root source of when people say, what's the point of doing this? Like, well, can you figure out what's the point? If you can't, it doesn't concern you. Like, you don't have to understand. That's the difference between narrow-mindedness and open-mindedness. You can try to understand, and if you're able to, then you remained open-minded, and that open-mindedness led to an emergent interaction. Now, you can still be open-minded and fail to understand it and then go back to what you were doing, but that's still more open-minded than being narrow-minded, which is to start by saying, oh, I can think of a faster way, so this is the way, and I'm going to complain about it. It's not quite like aggressive complaining, right? Aggressive complaining would be, can you get rid of this because it doesn't serve a purpose? That is a narrow-minded complaint. It's more like cancel culture related. Like, oh, I don't see the point in this, so it shouldn't exist. That is probably that extreme version. But there's most of the regular complaints, like the first steps that I've seen, the community like forum and stuff is not that active on HanziHero. But there was a period when that is impressive. There's a user with a Chinese name. Wow. I've since filtered out the daily like stream boo nonsense, but that name is so weird. They have like a full, it's written in Chinese, and it has something to do with like chasing Korean group. It's basically like saying a Korean group super fan. Yeah, like I don't know. What I'm saying, what it kind of sounds like is it's a Korean fan, maybe like a K-pop fan or something. It says追韩团追到中途机场饭团. Yeah, something like basically a Korean fan. And anyways, sorry for the distraction. But what I'm generally saying is there are certain types of individuals who would who may legitimately be asking a question, and they're curious, right? They want to know, so they put it in the form of a question. And then there's telltale signs of whether the person is open-minded or closed-minded to hearing it. And usually the more common version for HanziHeroes like community tab is they genuinely want to ask why, and some of them do sound like they voice as though they already made up their minds. So when someone asks in a phrase to me, what's the point of doing this? It's redundant. Then that is a person who's already made up their mind. And in my opinion, oftentimes if you wanted to be like pedantic or like facetious back, you could just say why not, right? But that would be a little bit too playing the same game. Earnestly, when you learn new parts and new associations, if you do not know the purpose, or like you don't see a purpose or find a way to utilize it, then yeah, it cannot mean any sense. But calling it redundant and then also using it in the negative voice, it's one of those things that reveal one's ignorance as opposed or unwillingness to think of a purpose, right? So when you're asking that towards like the person who created the thing or other people who didn't voice your same concern, in my opinion, it comes off as reluctant. So generally, you don't in a professional space or in a public space, if the majority of the community is reasonable, they wouldn't answer the question. They would probably remain silent. Most of the times, like, well, you can add. Instead, the more common way to respond to something like that is, well, you can add it to synonym and not have to worry about it anymore, right? That's the solution to their problem. They were more looking for, can I not see this anymore because I don't believe in it? And it's like, okay, you can just write the synonym and you'll still see it in their writing mnemonics. So the grievance about this is every time zombie is being used as a mnemonic, they'll say, well, there's no point in it. It should be doubt. It should be doubt. So then there wouldn't be extra word to juggle. And I'm like, but if you forget it's doubt, that's 1 point of failure. There's only one way to fail, and there's only one way to succeed, is if you remember doubt. Now later down the road, you'll learn a vocabulary word, doubt, right? Which we have examples here, probably here, right? And you can use yi wen, right? Yi wen for that. That is two different things that you're remembering. So if you encode something originally with two different things, you have two chances, or you have like a combination of chances to fail. So it's more like how I say, when someone learns something, they want to learn less first in the hopes that they don't have to put in more effort into learning. And yeah, that's fine. A closed-minded person tends to learn less when they're learning something because they don't have to, right? That's like kind of saying, I only care about my own perspective. I don't need to care about other people's perspective. Yeah, it's easier. It's more efficient. Hello there, Proka. Mate, remember you? Yeah, I do. You have a very distinct account. Yes. Hello there, Proka. How have you been? Yeah, it's been a while. How's your summer vacation going, Proka? I've been pretty well. We've been trucking along, right? Taking it a little bit easier. What am I doing? I'm doing the same thing the last time you visited. Sorry, I was someone else, Proka. Someone else. We're learning Chinese. Alright, anyways. Is this gonna be fun? Yoshi is inside the living room of the house where he doubts that the zombie in front of him is really a zombie. Interesting. The zombie, trying to assuage his doubts, rips off his arms. Yoshi's arms? Oh boy. Yoshi, sitting on the carpet, still doubts the zombie is the real deal. What is this? You've been well? Just been getting on with your new job in gym? Ooh, your new job. How's that going? Going on holidays this Friday? Very nice, very nice. I imagine you're keeping rewarded, you know, in a rewarding way, busy. This is a summer job or is it a permanent thing, Brokaw? You think Chinese language is cool? I'm happy to hear you say that. You can always join me in learning some Chinese among. Let's see. Let's change this up. I don't like how Kevin relies on like grotesque images. Let's just say a zombie Koopa, right? A zombie Koopa. So Yoshi is inside the living room of the house when suddenly a zombie Koopa shows up and approaching him. So Yoshi doubts that the zombie Koopa can take him. So he then pops out an egg and chucks it at the zombie. And the zombie gets like knocked out onto the floor. He doubts that he's be getting up anytime soon from that hit, right? But that would be how we're gonna do the Yoshi thing. Tough work. It's just manual labor in a warehouse just for the summer to save up money for uni expenses. Solid. How's the gym stuff going, Brokaw? How's the gym stuff? Yeah, I haven't been doing too much out of the ordinary. My one annual thing is coming up soon. It's at the end of the first week of August, where I volunteer at that anime convention. Other than that, it's business as usual here. Today is a long day. We have double lessons. Wanikai lessons today.
乙
Okay. Zombie. Zamboni. Okay.
静
Okay.
乙
He's like breaking everything in the barn cellar. There was a pot of cow manure, right?
宝
It's the immaculate
金
lawn thing. And then the small tool of silk. Making a map of the county.
线
Ooh, but it's in the bathroom. That's a weird location to be doing that. Going well, you're doing a program called Couch to 5K where you slowly build up until you run for 30 minutes straight and also doing general free weight workouts. That sounds excellent. Building your cardiovascular while doing some free weight stuff. A lot of the free weight stuff is fantastic to strengthen for endurance. Couch to 5K. I think it reminds me of maybe like how long ago? 6 or 7 years ago when I told myself like, can I get from couch to marathon in a year's time? And then it became 6 months and I'm like, okay. Spoilers. Did run a marathon in that time. But yeah, that's it's incredibly rewarding how quickly your body picks up on at the beginning, like in the first couple months. And then you got that consistency leading into the last stuff. All right, time to lock in. Try this. You notice I've been streaming a bit earlier as well as you're posting daily fitness early. Was there a particular reason? This is the normal time. This was the normal time before you met me. So it wasn't. It's more like returning to a norm. There was no particular reason other than it's the normal. Oops. That's a butler. It got later and later. That there's a reason for that because of yapping. More and more yapping got later and later. Another particular, a consequence of becoming earlier and earlier is that I was taking it easier, so I had less to do, so I get to sleep earlier. So I've been only doing two things, despite having conversations on a daily basis while studying. There were one fewer activity for most of this month, so effectively I liberate that time, so I make use of that time, which is to sleep earlier. When things give, you use that time up, as opposed to like making it, I don't know, adding something in it. Okay.
抄写
抄写著名诗词可以帮助记忆。
What? Hmm.
，B 密码
我忘记了我的电邮密码。
讲
I didn't think that through. Okay. That's a mix in identity right there.
迟到
你昨天迟到了。
则粮食
我们需要确保粮食安全。
锻炼
他的锻炼
Exercise
计划很紧凑。
锻炼。Okay.
推迟
会议推迟到明天举行。
Postpone. Yeah. What? Oh, that's a missing identity right there.
“袜子
这双袜子很舒服。
大陆
你去过中国大陆吗？
What are your expenses like for uni expenses? What do you use? No, unless it's to obviously discretion is advised from what we've discussed prior, but what what are the stuff that you look forward to or you use to save money for? Do you social eat at all? Maybe traveling with peeps? Uh
无敌，
这座城堡是无敌的。
辩护，
我的律师会为我辩护。
俗，寄出，
我们今天要把信寄出去。
Okay, so what happened here? What it was supposed to be young, right? Oh,
童话，
爸爸给儿子读童话故事。
okay. And what happened here? Oh,
填写，
请填写这个表格。
豆腐，
oops.
豆腐是中国菜的常见食材。
I want to silence that.
“穷”，
Your expenses have gone up for this coming year? Oh, you have to pay your deposit before student finance money has come in. I see, I see. Apart from looking for savings on food, there isn't much you can do to reduce expenses as the... Oh, you're commuting? Ah, I see. You have to commute the uni and get the bus to an... Ah, okay, okay. So you have double commute. How much... like, is on-campus housing something that is like not a thing, or is it just very expensive? I'm kind of curious what the relative cost is. In the United States, I think it's still relatively more expensive to live on campus with all the there are a lot that goes into this. This is a reductive thing, but in general, it's expenses are higher if you're unable to commute. The train is only for the main seasonal holidays, so not often. Oh, okay, so largely the bus. What do you do on a bus ride to campus? How long is the bus ride? I've often found that when it comes to liberating time, commutes is one of those things that I think habitually is a bit of an oversight for people not to use that time. Oh, brain rot on your phone usually? Yeah, that's something that wasn't there when I was younger. Like, during the times when I had to commute, which was over 10 years ago, brain rot, like the extent of brain rot hadn't taken me yet, I suppose, or hasn't been as approachable. So back in the day, I would read a book. It's actually the most reading I've ever done. Like like a carbon book, or like that's when I started transitioning to audiobooks, because later in life, when I had to drive to places, I can no longer read. So like hold a book to me. So then I switched to audiobooks. Yeah, that's where it all started actually. And what I mean by books, I mean books for pleasure, not books like textbooks. Like I be reading articles and stuff, like journal articles and stuff. That's technically reading too. But yeah, the whole commuting thing, it used to take 45 minutes to an hour for me to commute on bus to my laboratory, right? The laboratory that I worked at. And yeah, that's when I started considering how to couple commutes with activities. It's 15 minutes. I see. Unless it's near exam time, then you usually panic revise. Okay, I see. Hello there, Bree. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well today. Things are it was pretty uneventful. Low key, as a disclaimer, the recent days there's 1.2 launch of P5X on Thursday this week. Thursday. So that's pretty much the amount of time that I am looking. I'm just like looking at news because there's a bit of controversy at the moment regarding P5X. So this Thursday I'll have a session of P5X right before Friday being the 200-day review for HanziHero. So it's kind of getting a little tighter or prepared. How are you today, Bree? How are you? Thanks for asking again. Yeah, roughly 15 minutes. That's difficult to squeeze in 15 minutes of stuff. Huh. It would be interesting to it would be an interesting challenge to figure out something you can do on and off for 15 minutes as a way to if I went further back, you know, like before uni times, like high school, I do my homework on the bus. And you might be thinking, well, how do you write on the bus, right? It's like really garbly gook. And so, well, nowadays it's modern technology, so you don't actually have to write. But before, back in the day, I used to write on a bus, but instead I would do the homework up here, and then the moment I get off the bus, like when I get to a fixed thing, I would write all the answers. So I did background processing when I was younger, because if I'm the bus ride is pretty miserable, and it's not 15 minutes though. My bus ride was like 30 minutes, but it's one of those things like, you know, if you have to do work, you might as well do work. So ever since I was as young, like there were different ways to fill in the gap, I guess, intuitively. Doing alright, just eating some leftover chicken to hold you over until dinner. Going to your partner's mom's. He's having a barbecue. Oh, that's exciting. That's lovely. Awesome. Something to look forward to. How's your knee? Your knee doing alright? Your leg/knee? Do we see improvement? Maybe back to however normal it can be. It would be, you'll have to brainstorm ideas for that, so you can have that set up before September. Yeah. I think commutes, whenever someone says they're bored, right? Which is very often, by the way. People do share that with me quite a bit, where they know, like, these people are not suggesting they don't understand that they're bored and not doing anything, and they have things to do. Boredom strikes like the detoxing. So this is figurative. right? The detoxing from the dopamine, right? So oftentimes the boredom comes from, I understand I have to do a lot of things that are not as stimulating as the thing I want to do, but I also understand that I'm trying not to do the thing that is too stimulating. Enters boredom, right? You're not motivated enough to do the things that are not stimulating, but at the same time, you're stimulated enough to know that you shouldn't go back to the dopamine dump, right? Like brain rot stuff, right? So this type of boredom, I often try my best to encourage or come up with ideas and bounce back and forth on getting them to be excited about taking up the challenge to fill in that. And that's kind of what I do. So what was my challenge this past week? It's related to what you said earlier, or you asked earlier, Procall. How do I get up earlier? Because I'm going to need to get up earlier. Like, I literally have to get up earlier because of my schedule time. I have to get up at 7 a.m. for the Otakon volunteering thing, right? And I also have to get up at 7 a.m. the day after one of the P5X launches in August, to drive down. It's a roughly like 2-hour drive. I have to get there before like 9 a.m., something like that. So my challenge to myself was I got to get to bed early. So I added a few routines, like a few sleeping routines and whatnot, in order to get my schedule back up. Because I stopped doing the usual thing. And since I have like 2 or 3 extra hours, boredom could set in, or I go to bed. So that's what I did in a week. And it's not to emphasize that these things are permanent. The idea is, if things are happening and you're about to, life changes very rapidly, in the small little details, the smaller details, being able to quickly adjust your schedule and whatnot, it can be very helpful to maximize time. If I get to bed early, 3 hours early, then I get up 3 hours early, and then 3 hours early leads to earlier starting times, which, if something comes up in the evening, I have 3 hours to address that in the future. Yeah. Ozzy died today? Oh, rip in pieces. Also, finally finished season 5 of The Mentalist. Your knee is still a bit sore, but you can walk on it pretty well, so definitely improved. Nice. Yeah, rest in peace. Have you guys heard how Ozzy Osbourne is a medical marvel? I don't know if you guys ever read about Ozzy Osbourne. Like, his life and his biology is a medical marvel. I think it's been a while, but maybe 5 or 6 years ago, there was a documentary or like an essay on his being, like what he did and how he is still alive after what he did. Okay, so Ozzy Osbourne had Parkinson's, huh? Interesting. 76. Yeah. He's a medical mystery, apparently, because like the things he placed his body through defied odds, apparently. And there was a lot of questions on how he is actually still functioning. You've heard about some of the crazy stuff he's done, but haven't seen that in detail. Yeah, when I was listening to that essay or watching that essay, it's incredibly impressive how his body stand up to that. But of course, Ozzy Osbourne, 76, is still relatively young, but he came from a different generation. And yeah, rest in peace. I got fairly parasocially acquainted with his wife because of the one show. Because she was like the front runner, but it was with Ozzy and stuff. Was it? It's just probably called the Osbourne Show, no? Wasn't it just the Osbournes? That's what the show was called. I got fairly acquainted with some of the going ons. It wasn't that well received, but it was interesting to get a little glimpse into their celebrity side of their lives, right? Because we have to keep in mind that's like post produced television. Although it was kind of giving off that reality show vibe, but it is definitely post produced. The Osbournes. I myself, as a disclaimer, I don't listen to Black Sabbath and other things related to Osbournes. I know them as people first. Like, so I knew them as celebrities and individuals who have a very tumultuous ups and downs through their lives, and not really attached to their work, like the thing that they're possibly known for. They're more like the ins and outs of old Americana mixed with rock stardom stuff. That's how I know them. And the Osbournes were during the time of reality television boons, like scripted reality television, like semi-scripted reality television. It's kind of like the modern day influencer to some extent, you know, like it's the old school, but very similar to the modern day influence, like the modern day vlogger, a bit curated. You don't really listen to the type of music he made, so you really never go into him musically, but I feel like you saw him in the news a lot. Yeah, me too. I knew them as people of high influence, right? They had a lot of influence. So, there are a lot of people that I know more because of their influence, like knowing of their influence, but I wasn't a participant in them. Like, I could tell you quite a bit about Bono and U2, like the band U2, but I like maybe 2 songs. And those 2 songs are not theirs, like not specifically the songs they produced, but they were collaborations with other artists using their song as the point of inspiration or a direct collaboration. So I haven't really heard too many U2 songs. Like, for example, in that era, right, the rock era, that Ozzy's era, it's like lots of rock bands that I know of. I might have heard like one track, like Led Zeppelin, Warren Zevon. Well, Warren Zevon's probably even earlier, possibly even earlier than that. I don't know. Journey, Queen, AC/DC, what's his name? Aerosmith, Slash. I did not grow up on rock music like that, any of that, or like even System of a Down, or like the Dark Horn. I've heard some things and I know of them most of the time, and that they're part of a specific era. It stretches too far, like, so I don't have the dates as well, their range dates. I was like the punk band after the punk band era afterwards, like the 90s punk band. So like Blink 182 went on time to and didn't dabble back in the past. Poor. Why are you saying poor, rookie? Oh, you mean the meaning? Yeah. Yeah, it does mean poor. Very good. Anyways. Yeah. Only knew of Ozzy as a
农
celebrity or influence. Someone who's very influential.
安宁
一个安宁的早晨，
快递
这家快递公司很快速，
腐败
我们必须对抗腐败。
堵住
厕所马桶堵住了，
填补
填补知识上的空白。
草帽
我们到海边时都戴着草帽。
Malcolm Jamal Warner also passed a couple days ago. I need to look at who that is. You've never watched a Cosby Show, but he played. Oh, I remember seeing that. Yes, he played in 9/11 Alert Missing Person Unit. He was only 52. Yeah, 54. Yeah, I remember seeing a thumbnail, unfortunately, of that. Like I don't have the biggest attachment to this person. I'm not quite familiar. I did see the Cosby, like some of the people in the Cosby Show make mention of that in the theme. Jimmy Brock, what's up? You're learning Chinese about 2 years in. What's the best way to beat the intermediate plateau? I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I didn't get there yet. The intermediate plateau. May I ask what you consider the intermediate plateau? I suppose this is the Valley of Despair situation. Right? This one. So you're talking about like here, the Valley of Despair. In terms of like feelings, I suppose, like competency feelings. I'm using the Dunning-Kruger thing to illustrate, but what are you doing right now, Jimmy Brock? I mean, I'm not an intermediate, so that would be... Yeah, I'm in a weird situation. In what manner is the intermediate plateau? 你听的中文 yeah, you guess it's where you have grasped the main verbs and structure in the textbook and grammar algorithm start to lose their use. Oh. You have anything that's interesting that you like to apply to? Like what I mean is, you have any interesting form of Chinese exposure that you have use for it? I think the intermediate plateau, like Valley of Despair, is horrendous, but oftentimes this application this part is when you find application. I'm not speaking for Chinese. I'm not speaking for Chinese, but you know, value of despair stuff is when you have application, and that application produces that less plateau feeling, I would say. You are studying PhD, and yeah, then you know exactly what I mean. If you're studying a PhD in Hong Kong, the moment you find your application, that would be pretty fantastic. That keeps you away from this constant feeling of imposter syndrome, right? This building this reservoir up with application. You're in Hong Kong. Do you get a chance to use the Chinese? I mean, Hong Kong does have some Cantonese preferences, but usually public still use Mandarin. What do you currently do for application? Yeah, so now you're not even doing the whole studying thing anymore, if you know what I mean. Like, just gotta cop dramas. I like cop dramas, so that would be my go-to. Watch. Oh, one thing that I would do right away, and this is not a suggestion or a prescription, but try to see if you can explain Infernal Affairs after watching The Departed in Chinese. That would be a fun one. Actually, I'm not even sure what the original language is, the Infernal Affairs. Infernal Affairs could actually end up being in Cantonese now that I think about it. Because it's a Hong Kong cop drama, I'm not sure if it's in Mandarin or in Cantonese. It's probably in Mandarin. I mean, it'll be dubbed in Mandarin at least. Something like that. Great shout. Think it's in Cantonese? Yeah, that's what I figured. That's where I got most of my Cantonese from. I live in the United States, by the way, Jimmy. So my parents are Fuzhou. They're Fujonese, and Fujonese is like somewhat of a connection between Cantonese and Mandarin. But I grew up with entertainment, so most of the entertainment that I watched was Hong Kong produced. So it got to the point where I didn't even realize that there were two languages in the programming. Now I do, like being older, but yeah, Hong Kong cop dramas. that's where my application is right now. So maybe there's something like that. If you reside in Hong Kong, there is someone suggested this before. It's like, oh, what is it called? There's this person who travels around China, and she's a native Chinese speaker, but she travels around visiting like obscure groups and places in China, and that could be something that interests people who might have access to that, which living in Hong Kong puts you really close to that. Yeah, your girlfriend is Chinese and she helps you every day for 15 minutes. Oh, but it's hard for her because it's like talking to a weird dumbed down version of you. That's interesting. Is that what she says to you? Huh. And you gotta go, but have a great day. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. I'll catch you later, Jimmy. Yeah, it is pretty late. Yeah. Take care. Stay safe. My mangyang is what I would usually say for in Fujianese, but yes, take care. Stay safe. It was some freak drowning accident. I guess someone jumped in to try and save him, and they're still in critical condition. Oh, speaking of drowning, Brie, I was literally on episode 10. That was like I I was when you asked yesterday, the next episode was episode 10. I think it was an okay episode. It is like nightmare fuel episode for me personally. Brie. It is nightmare fuel for me. Largely because they decided to do the amateurish hustler approach. And what I mean by this, I'm not talking about his acting or the writing was amateurish. I'm talking about the persona. The persona that they decide to write was the amateurish hustler person. And that's how I feel. Low key, like whatever Jane's character is, if you ask Jane to react to Jane with amnesia, those are the feelings that I have. When you apply to a challenge, when your life gets challenged and you have a lot of aptitude for something, it unlocks your aptitude a lot of times. And again, there are other ways other than life trauma to transform someone's abilities and apply someone's potential. In this case, they illustrated it by creating a duality that's really far apart. You know, like Jane's before trauma and Jane after trauma. And the message is that adversity in different ways, not necessarily like his trauma, but his trauma was incredibly, brutal, but it creates a transformation, and that application creates nuance and abilities, and it unlocks the potential of a person. Right now, coming back down to earth, Jane's tragedy is the loss of his wife and child. However, that also illustrates when you challenge yourself, like schoolwork or having to do work, have a child, raise a family, that type of thing. When adversity is presented and someone is able to circumvent, to address it and overcome that adversity in a constructive way, usually the person that comes out at the end will look trivially at the things that came before. And for me, that's where the nightmare fuel comes in. So, for example, some people has come by and often see my softness. Like I'm gonna share an anecdote here. A lot of times people believe that just because I speak publicly in a very politically agreeable way, I possibly self-censor myself and whatnot is an act of being avoidant, as in to avoid trouble. Because maybe avoiding trouble is because I'm not equipped to address those problems. It's actually the opposite. But it's very hard to distinguish between that if the people who overcome those situations rarely apply those skills openly. One of them would be political correctness and like public decorum. Like you could use the Japanese or the Chinese face culture as an example. When I think of nightmare fuel, I think of someone who's incredibly amateur, who targets emotional, vulnerable people. And if you're able, like the show kind of conditions you to see that. So their portrayal of Jane prior is a very exaggerated way of demonstrating how obvious it is when he's targeting emotional vulnerabilities that most people have to overcome. So it becomes a very obvious thing, like, oh wow, this sounds cringy or cheesy, but you have to keep in mind, this happens every single day, right? Literally every second. Someone who believes they have the potential or the ability to, that is that understands who their target is. So in order to target in hustling, you target someone lower than you, someone who is far more vulnerable than you. And if you continue to succeed, you only focus on the things that are lower than you. So what happens when it comes to hustlers and scammers is their ability is capped by their efficiency of their target, like how weak their target is. And Jane was a great example of that, to contrast with the current Jane. Jane is always looking up to a target after his trauma. Like, he is looking to match or exceed a uphill fight. Before his trauma, he was hustling people below him all the time. So when it comes to adversity, and it doesn't have to be, the fictional character Jane's adversity, which his wife and child was lost, right? And he had to overcome that, or address it at least. His ability to continue to address and wield that weight is what creates his nearly 180 difference in his capacity to do things. And to finish up my anecdote, I don't share why it's so obvious. Like, I'm not paid to do this. I don't share why it's so obvious to tell you, like, you tell me a lot of things through a very few words, largely because I spent most of my life overcoming those things. So when someone says, like, oh, I lost my password, or I just suddenly lost my password, I must have been hacked. And my first inclination, oftentimes, it could be like Jane, where, like, it's your fault. It's probably not the system hack, because there are lots of converging evidence that would demonstrate that targeted hacks are very personal. So if you are the only one that's lost your password in this instance, the odds of that happening is that it's either someone you know personally that you leaked to, or that you yourself have failed. You are the failing point, right? But nowadays, I spend most of my time trying to understand that point of view, or like those point of views, in order to try to affect or like participate in having them overcome the adversity, right? It might sound like it's trivial that someone gets hacked, like their password gets hacked, like they lose hack, but creating an opportunity for them to learn and understand how to wield that experience allows them take baby steps towards treating other things that might be trivial become active problem solving. This is a real example that happened in the last week, and I've already attempted to try to say, like, this person was frustrated. It's very understandable. There's inconvenience, but the idea is I'm actively part of the process, and that in that process, this person has the opportunity to allow it to happen less in the future, or even use it in some way to incentivize them to do something about it. And I think that episode was pretty good at illustrating in a really comedic way. And then the ender is the trauma comes back. It's reintroduced to him, and probably still all the more strong for it, right? You really wonder what made them decide to go that direction versus a direction where he wakes up and thinks his wife and child are still alive. Is kind of sort of implied that he still thinks that, because in season 1 we can see that he was still a con man even while married. Yeah, that was a little inconsistent, but yeah, it kind of insisted that maybe they in order to negotiate, it was before he met his wife and daughter, or like, there was a little bit of a wiggle room on what he was thinking in that way. I guess getting him to come back to reality would have probably happened quicker, which would have cut the episode short, I guess. Yeah, that's a very reasonable like composition reason, because if that were the case, he probably would have went to his house a lot quicker. Indeed, he would immediately go to his house, because that was where his life currently exists. Remember, he picked up a special lady after robbing, after like illicit trading with the criminal of that episode. That would imply that he is still in the phase where he doesn't have anyone connected, and then all the other, he started hitting on, or he asked Rigsby if he can get in with Pelt, right? Or Welt? Wait, what's her last name? Van Pelt? Yeah. So he's definitely before his marriage amnesia, which is interesting. Yeah, Van Pelt. It's nightmare fuel for me. And let me go on to complete the anecdote. I know it was a little disjointed, but I think Jane illustrates quite a lot of it. It is incredibly amateurish when I think of how people scam other people. It doesn't make me feel any better. But I'm not saying I would be like Jane. I don't think people with a lot of insight tend to embrace being interlopers. It is my firm belief, maybe like 60-40%, I would say the majority of people who have the ability to understand the nuance and whatnot, they also appreciate the dangers of doing the same thing that they see in other people, right? Like, it is incredibly amateurish how, like, the difference between amateur and a professional when it comes to the ability to influence other people is that one is done unseen, which is nightmare fuel too, but it can be a good thing, right? It can be a good or a bad thing. And then amateurs, when someone who's done it much more unnoticeable, subtle, the ones that are very obvious and bombastic will appear amateurish. And there's like a continuum, right? There's a continuum. There's very obvious in front and then very difficult to know. And I think the show has done a great way of giving the viewers a vocal, visible representation of the nuance of influence, but making it obvious for viewership. Like, for example, the episode What's Her Name came back, the wife, the influencer, like the matchmaker influencer, I've got her name. I really like the actress. I just wish I could remember her name. I think you actually searched it up for me the other time. So she came back. The tit for tat that they have, I think in reality, that type of tit for tat is, people won't see that interaction. But since it's a show, you get to see some of their interaction. In my opinion, it's even more subtle than that. There's far more posturing and even less vocalization between each other. Like, there'd just be like subtle eye contacts, cat and mouse game where like there's just not as much vocal, grotesque, like cheeky interchange. I think that's for entertainment. So that's kind of one of those things that I often am very afraid of. When one understands how dangerous it is to have the ability to influence people without them noticing, I often think, at least I like to believe, I say this quite often, if you think that you like to help people, right? You want to focus on the ability to help people by understanding their behavior, their empathy, and whatnot. I think there's often a breaking point or like a transition point where you stop thinking about how much you're impulsively needing to go out to demonstrate your skill to the point where you're afraid that you're unintentionally influencing people and taking choices away from them. And to me, I honestly do believe that a larger majority of people, when they have that ability, they do it professionally being hired to do so. But outside of that, it becomes a question of ethics and moral dilemma that I like to believe most people are considering when you're in a position. I'm not the great, I wouldn't say, I would say humbly, I'm above average in that department where, I can get someone to be a little bit more motivated or gain some skills to do consistently well in an exam or offer career advice over long term, like not professionally, right? Of my own volition, or it's my friends and whatnot. But at the same time, I need an incredible level of trust to do that. Like, I would not ever become that personally influential towards people that I'm not either professionally responsible for or personally related to, right? And that comes at a price a lot of times. I like to think that even someone slightly above average has an incredible ability to affect a lot of people's well-being. And if you use that for other reasons, like, getting people to pay you for a service that they don't otherwise need due to like hustling them, I think it's, in my opinion, it could be the limit of my knowledge and my expertise. But usually the ones that are of lower aptitude, that's what creates the awareness to prevent yourself from being scammed or being influenced unintentionally. Like, how much awareness do you know if someone's gaslighting you? Are you aware if you're in a self-feeding abusive relationship? Are you in a unrequited relationship in which you are rationalizing, perpetuating a system of habits that causes you more and more misery over time, right? Like, you don't, and a lot of these things happen unintentionally. Like, what I mean of like codependency relationships, it takes awareness that people otherwise do not really care about. Like, they're not necessary to have an overall happy lifestyle. To me, it's difficult not to see that a lot of times, but at the same time, I feel the opposite of Jane, where I think if you know what to do, that doesn't entitle you to do it. That is one of the aspects that make Jane character a little bit sociopathic. That's why the joke, oftentimes these shows have that comedic effect about, oh, wow, you sound, a lot of characters would say, huh, like the current boss did that little like personality test, right? And said over time, with enough sample size, Jane can potentially be a little bit like a little higher on sociopathy. It's because, yeah, he is portrayed as a fictional character that lack empathy a lot of times. Like, his empathy is only wielded at his convenience. And that's kind of like nightmare fuel. But you can kind of see the Jane that is now is harder to detect and more nuanced than the Jane before, but ultimately both of them are not that different to me. Like, in my eyes, they are not that different. And in fact, most of the people that rival Jane are not that different either. They are wielding sufficient skills to target an appropriate target in order to meet their ends. So until like they write in a character in which to match Jane's prowess in a way that he forms a personal relationship with them, often most of the relationships are not provocative, at least to me. Like Lisbon and Jane, There's no contest. Lisbon is the weaker target. She is not challenging Jane. So Jane gets to do whatever he wants. And Jane doesn't ever feel challenged most of the time. And when he does, he becomes better for it, which is interesting. Because whenever Red-chan comes up, he kind of sort of like falls apart, but also have to reconcile and develop his character, right? You're not a super fan of Wainwright. The actor who plays Wainwright is also in show Tracker. Wainwright. Oh, the new boss. Is that the new boss's name in Mentalist? Yeah. He's out of place. I think he's out of place, Wainwright. He's kind of a chump. they wrote a chump, like and I think without saying too much, I would say professionally that's what I would probably seem like. So in a way, I can kind of empathize with how I also feel about the character, where it seems like this person is punching above his weight, or people think he's punching above his weight. And that's how the role is being portrayed. He also asked Lisbon if they were sleeping together. Oh yeah, in the beginning, in the hospital bed. His only rationale is the only reason a stranger, especially a cop, would visit someone who potentially was part of a random tragic event, right? A random victim would visit personally is that they were either in bed together or or getting there, right? A close relation. But the way his diction changed is because he's a hustler. It's great. I thought it was fun. It's a very comedy forward portrayal of hustling. In a very real world commentary, that's kind of how obvious it is sometimes to me. Like someone comes up and say, like, okay, I'll give you an anecdote. When someone comes up and say, yo, you're using Duolingo, emote cries, that's the same reason. That's the same thing. Like, it's one of those situations where, do you know how much you have told me about your behavior and your thoughts? So the moment you said those 4 words to me, I have enough experience now that there's gonna be rarely anything you'll say that will surprise me. That's kind of one of those things, and it sounds a little egotistical for sure. However, experience do speak volumes. Like if you spend day in and day out over like 300 days, constantly hearing the same lines and same patterns, and very similar patterns of questioning, and that does not create any sense of awareness to the other person when they make a comment like that, it demonstrates that they are disinterested in what it's like to be on the other side, right? Meanwhile, I think I was diligent enough to try to tease apart if there are differences between the superficial comments about Duolingo, right? And I keep to myself most of the time. Like, it's not my place to tell them that, oh, this is the next 4 things you're going to say to me. I confirm it. It was kind of a nice break, though. It was interesting to see the similarities and maybe even a couple of differences, specifically in his consultant role, in the way he acts normally now versus now he would have acted back in the day. Yeah, I think it's great that they specifically highlighted how trauma can improve a person, despite, you know, things that he haven't overcome. But most of the time, you know, you heard the other characters say, well, I like the Jane now, not the Jane before. kind of thing, right? People are often very different, and can come out very much stronger with adversity. I forget. There's a quote by someone, maybe like a modern day, what do you call them? Modern day role model, I suppose. Adversity breeds character, or something like that. Adversity channels or refines character, and it doesn't have to be like a grief and death and stuff like that. It can be challenges. So if you're often occupying a space in which your authority and privilege is never challenged, then you can only punch lower than where you stand. And I absolutely love that they show that he only targeted people who are more vulnerable than himself. I often sit at home. I think to myself, how long has it been since I've encountered someone who is more knowledgeable than me and able to teach me things? And I'm gonna be real with you. The one thing that keeps me in line is the PhD thing. The one thing I love about PhD is you do not underestimate the people you're talking to. You have to understand that no matter who you talk to, in a reasonable range, right? Like someone who is scholarly, right? So someone online, maybe like past high school, like we're not talking about kids here. So that's kind of what I mean. We're excluding kids. Genuinely, you want to keep in mind that they have the capacity to exceed you in various things because your life is not omniscient. But Jane, the character that's post-trauma, believes most of the time he is always ahead. He is always encompassing and above his targets, despite having Red John as the motivator for his improvement. However, for me, I tend to try to, someone said this before, and that's the difference between the two Johns. I'll use Jane, sorry, not the two Johns, the two Janes as an example of what the most common internet persona, that projection that I've encountered. The Jane before would say, I prefer to underestimate people in order to not be disappointed. The Jane after would be, the other way around. I would overestimate people because I usually think that they're a big disappointment. The Jane after would underestimate the people because the other way around. I'm getting them backwards. You would tend to overestimate something, so it causes you to work harder, only to be okay with disappointment. The Jane before would prefer to underestimate people by targeting people who are lower, so then you wouldn't ever reach a potential of being like surprised, at least in my opinion. Those are more of a thing. And one way that this is depicted on the internet is when people say, oh, I have low expectations of people. If you have low expectations, then they can't disappoint you. For me, I overestimate people, and I welcome it. I welcome them to exceed the overestimation. I actually think they can do better than that. But if they so underperform, it only means that they still have potential to meet my expectations. So that's kind of the difference. Like, I don't see it as a disappointment when I think highly of the person I'm talking to. I prefer to overestimate people's potential than to underestimate them, because disappointment is not what I'm looking for. It doesn't matter if they underperform. it still means that I see more potential in that person than maybe today is just an off day, versus the cynical manner in which you consistently underestimate people so that they can't disappoint you. That's lowballing. In order for, in my opinion, for that type of mindset to be satisfying, they surround themselves with people who are lower than them, like who they believe are lower than them. You are far more comfortable and consistent at underestimating people if you naturally would surround your people who you think are lower than you. And I genuinely have the opposite, more like imposter syndrome situation. I think the people around me, the people who surround me, tend to be the reason why I'm successful. Like, because I typically think they do amazing things. And even despite them possibly not feeling amazing about their own performances, I see potential. I do not focus on whether they lack potential compared to myself. And Jane does that a lot. But most of the time, outside Redjon, Jane believes everyone else has lower potential than him. Than Redjon, basically. Oh, but the scene in the hospital where he was talking with Lisbon and said something like, "You're tiptoeing around some forgotten tragedy, but I'm happy now, just let me be happy." That was kind of heartbreaking. Yeah. And hear me out. That happiness thing, that is where it gets a little tricky, right? Because happiness is complacency. It's heartbreaking and ambivalent because we understand from his character that he was happy and complacent. As in, he has a behavior in which he is happy, but he doesn't know how small he is. Like, he treats his actions very small because he only largely cares about himself at the moment, and his world is smaller. So when his actions, understanding the consequences of his actions, it's very simple. That's what the nice thing about simplicity is. You get clarity and happiness. And then happiness often comes at a cost when you have to form new relations with others, but it comes with other things. So like the balancing act, right? The balancing act that you have to do. And they talk about this a little bit, quite a lot throughout the series, but a little bit in that episode where you have to understand that when you start to care for someone, you have more vulnerabilities, right? But with that vulnerability also comes with different things you can't otherwise have by yourself. Like one of the greatest ways to safeguard yourself is to not be dependent on other people. That's one of the rules of like the hustler and the scammer. Number one, in it for number one, right? So, but before Jane has all genuinely only operated for himself at all times. Who knows what Redjon is? Redjon probably only operates for himself. Yeah, so it's kind of heartbreaking and also not heartbreaking at the same time. I actually think when he said, I'm happy now, just let me be happy, it may imply that he isn't happy after the trauma, but it's kind of hard to tell if he's also happy after. So the contrast here is that forgetting the tragedy makes him happy then, but what is the happiness he's experiencing now post-tragedy? Or they can write it off as he's like super unhappy. He's even more unhappy after the trauma. But he has Lisbon. He has all the other things. What do you think about Jane getting that serial killer guy taken out by Redjon because of insult? What's his name? What was his? It was like the sanguine something person, and his name was like Penciller or something. Bensler. I'm making up names now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He's being challenged. And he's improvising, right? Which is interesting. My thought is, oh, Panzer. Yeah, Panzer. Yeah, San Joaquin. Yeah. San Joaquin killer. Yeah. That's what happens when you get challenged. I think it's great. That shows that he's desperate. Jane is desperate. And I think that is what makes it provocative, in my opinion. In my opinion, when he's in a tight spot, and it's in another tight spot, right? James Panzer put him in a tight spot, and in order to improvise, he had to use someone who's even beyond him, right? My enemy of my enemy, my greatest enemy, as in my rival. My rival, my current rival, is also the rival of my rival. It is also my friend. So he leveraged it pretty well. That's what happens when you're playing like in the same realm, but it rarely happens. Obviously, Jane goes through like 80% of the show just basically treating everyone else and underestimating anyone. Even his compliments to Lisbon and stuff is condescending. Like, now you might view it, obviously there's ambiguity. You might view it as Jane complimenting Lisbon, like some of the episodes when Jane's like, oh yeah, you got it. You see, like he was on the phone, he was fixing his car, like the wheel, and then Lisbon was at the site, right? It was actually the Panzer introduction, that character, right? And she's like, oh, I'll just wait till you get here. So no, you can figure it out yourself. And how he talked like, oh, there you go, like you got it. That to me sounds more like someone who's condescending, who's like, oh, hey, good job, now you're getting it kind of situation. To me, someone who is not creating distance between their aptitude would add to it, not compliment, not praise the person because they weren't there. So an alternative approach would be like, oh, okay, so that's exactly what I was thinking as well, and then you move on, right? But instead he does this like petting people on the head situation. So his character is in line with demonstrating that, yeah, he might have done some growth in the whole trauma section, like his abilities grew, but his empathy and his ability to relate to people, yeah, it's still the same it's still the same Jane as the hustler, only now the hustler has more refined skills, at least in my opinion. That's kind of what how I see their presentation. If you become attached to the character, you might think that it's all in good faith, right? But genuinely, that is kind of what it sounds like. To me, there's still some of the hustler Jane in the post-trauma Jane. It's not like it didn't go away. It's pretty consistent. Yeah, way to attach to Jane. Yeah, like, hear me out. Like, the difference between that hustler portrayal and the post-trauma oftentimes is you appreciate other people. You appreciate other people's capacity. When you reach a level of acuity, the idea is to empower other people, at least in my opinion. Empower other people's acuity. To elevate other people, not create a separation. And one of them that happens, the behavior that happens a lot when people think that they're below you, is that compliment, that whole like praiseworthy things. Like, oh, okay, now you're getting it. Like, okay, and then what's the next thing you want to do? That's like a teacher talking to like a 13-year-old, right? Like, oh, hey, very good, you got it this time. That to me is still the hustler. That's how scamming works. Scammers and hustlers think they're higher, so they target someone lower. Like, easy targets are low-hanging fruit. So you often treat them like that too. You write a character like that, treating that language like that. When you tell someone like, oh, there you go, like, oh, that's good, I'm glad you finally figured it out, even though like I knew for a very long time, that type of thing, that's pretty much Jane's character right now, still consistently. I'm kind of curious if they decide after like the whole Red John thing, somewhere along the line, there are a few episodes, but there weren't that many episodes where Jane was dependent on other people, right? Like when he got captured, and then Lisbon had to come rescue him. He was in the basement, and he kept getting cow prodded and stuff. Even then, he just bounced back and say, "Well, actually, I solved the case, not you." And then Lisbon counters by saying, "Well, I'm the one who found you to rescue you." It's like, but did you really? That type of thing? Yeah, that's Jane. Jane is a condescending, amateurish, underestimating, arrogant, kind of sociopathic fictional character, right? Again, these are a work of fiction, so in case anyone is taking this out of context, it is a fictional character. But those are very in line with someone that is going to get a hard sell, and Red John is humbling him. I think both the characters, that action that he had to perform, right, on Panzer to get Red John to take out Panzer, that should have been a humbling experience, but he didn't sober up, right? Some of those types of actions often can get someone to reevaluate their own capacities, but it didn't work. So that's, in the writing, it would say that Jane hasn't changed at all in terms of that department. His skills might have improved, but his ability is like his humility and what he sees, like his empathy, his ability of empathy is, in my opinion, consistently non-existent. He's a self-serving person. He's very much like Dexter right now, or written as though. All right. Yeah, we gotta move on from this topic, but yeah, it was a good episode. I like it. The other episode that stuck out was like Van Pelt's hallucination when she was lost with the assassin, the hired assassin. We'll just call her the hired assassin, who happens to have been represented as a Chinese woman who was moonlighting as a hookup. Yeah, was interesting. Okay. If any of this is interesting, guys, we're talking about a much older show called The Mentalist. I don't know if that's going to be relevant, but whoever is listening, and this is like really off topic, we're talking about a show called Mentalist. Let's see. Podium and Silk.
落
No.
脱下
请脱下外套。
I don't want to say too much. I think one of the underlying rules that I keep for myself, it's like the among the top 10 rules that I believe in is if I'm not professionally held responsible for something and I'm not personally invested in people, it is my way to balance out my inner compulsions by telling myself it's not my place to intervene. And then there's one really extreme circumstances. If I am able to prevent disaster, something in the most extreme cases, I will circumvent that rule and intervene. But other than that, I've discovered that my life is far more balanced when I don't get myself involved in things that are outside my personal and professional responsibilities. And that's largely what keeps me from saying yes to everything, mitigate the amount of gullibility despite my awareness. I do have a much more prevalent compulsion to get myself involved at the first sign of requests. And that hasn't worked really well. That was actually one of my major adversities, getting involved in too many things all too often, like way too involved. I there was a time when I felt like I genuinely could fix everything, which is basically like Jane's character. He believes he has a solution to everything. He barely ever trusts anyone. Like that's kind of the main theme of it. Individuals who think that they know everything rarely ever trust anyone. And not trust in the sense of intellectually trust people. We're talking about emotionally trust people. Like, oh, you might be able to fix it, but it wouldn't be the way I would fix it. That's that type of thing. Nowadays, I find the beauty in how other people fix things. Like, it doesn't matter if I know the solution to something. I want the other person to understand how they form a solution to the thing. It could be something that I never imagined. And that will only help me grow stronger by being connected to someone who is developing their own solutions. And that's where I got most of my emotional intelligence. Over like the later half of my life, where I start understanding that it's not always one way or the highway. I'm not sure how often people actually use that idiom in the context that I'm saying, because oftentimes people, when they say it's not one way or the highway, they're saying I'm right, I have the solution, but other people may have solutions, but it's not really important to me because we all have solutions, not one way or the highway. For me, it's more like same but different. If we have different solutions, we can create even better solutions together. So it's kind of like one way, but in order to find that one way, those many ways, you have to be open to embracing other people's ways. Not I have a way, so I can say this really easily because in case other people don't have ways, I still have a way. That is Jane persona, where like, you know better, but I could say this because I'm comfortable. I'm not challenged by the idea that I might not know a way and I need someone else to help me. I think oftentimes that's what the internet has presented or normalized. You're only comfortable when you know the other person isn't better than you. You're uncomfortable and nervous and unhinged and socially awkward around someone who has something you don't have. Be it love, company, admiration, money, that type of thing. It creates that foresight. Rechon. It's the person's Rechon to their Jane. And for me, the moment I meet someone who has more to offer, right? Usually it's pretty much everyone. Anyone who spares some time, I double down. I need to get in your head. I need to understand why you love this stuff. And then I double down on participating in it, because instead of underestimating, like, oh, this person can't possibly have anything interesting to share with me. Yeah, they're saying this. And no, just give it a try anyways. What's the worst that could happen? The person leaves thinking that they misunderstood you. It's like, okay, well, that's fair enough. Right? The chances of someone being upset at you would decrease regardless if you, regardless using this approach or this mindset. There's a higher chance that someone will think you're disrespectful, condescending, or like punching above your weight limit if you project immediately that they are lesser than you. Like, I'm not saying it's all or none. I'm saying there's a higher propensity of a poor interaction and a heightened interaction if you approach it from the perspective that there's a mutual potential to exchange beneficial ideas, as opposed to, yeah, I'm getting nothing out of this person. You're a waste of my time. Like, I'm just gonna say hello and exchange some pleasantries. It's okay. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, and then someone will say, well, Japanese people don't do that. They usually, minimize the pleasantry until they're form personal relationships, right? And I'm like, well, how do you think they form personal relationships? They go in on very specific things. That's perfectly fine, because then you will focus on the one thing that matters. Seize the greatest opportunity instead of distributing your energy, right? Across many choices. I'm like, that's assuming one big assumption that they're making, that the person will not have enough energy to seize that opportunity. As in, can you do more than one person? Can you put yourself in a situation in which you don't have to settle for one person? You can settle for 2, or 3, or 4. What is the sufficient amount of energy to increase your threshold of positive relational experiences without sacrificing too much of the success rate? That, to me, it's a balance approach. It's understanding that, yes, there are times for pleasantries and there are times for not pleasantries. However, it's not there's only time for pleasantries and there's no time for pleasantries. That is living in a bubble. That's living in a, closed-minded state. Oh yeah, that's right. Enjoy your barbecue. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Great. I look forward to our next discussion. Yeah, I always enjoy it. Thank you for the share and the ask. Enjoy your barbecue. I would like to hear about the barbecue. Like, what do you do at your in-laws, right? I think it was your in-law. Barbecue. Yeah, come back with some details, some juicy details. Like what you had at the barbecue. It's been so long. Yeah, have a good night. Free. And enjoy your evening as well. Enjoy your evening. Okay.
虚
But what? Oh, Gunliang. Okay. Caveman. How does this work?
赞
Uh,
伞 锻造，
这把剑是锻造的。
All right, now we're gonna book it. we're gonna try to lock in here.
梯，干粮，
我们准备了充足的干粮。
躺平，
他喜欢躺平看书。
Oh. Wrong thing.
燃，却是，
它看起来没什么特别，却是很好吃。
How does this work? I keep thinking it's nevertheless, but oh, it is okay.
帅，窗户，
窗户被打破了。
Oh no.
书，
Or book. They're fine.
矿，刺激，
这个消息刺激了他的情绪。
Oops.
或，
Okay, that's not what I think it is. I'll go back to drawing board. What? Oh.
辣味，
我喜欢食物有一点辣味。
书， 岁，敌人，
我们必须小心敌人。
提供，
这家公司提供免费咨询。
赎，买单，
我已经买单了。
Technically, yes. Technically.
福，致命，
这种植物含有致命的毒素。
What was the thing again? It's not what I think it is. Was it supposed to be glove? Why? Drawing a blank. This is a hiccup. Oh. Wait. It's still not clear what it is. It's a mouth guard. Hickin' mouth guard. Mouth guard is so weak.
刺，背，
It's literally in mouth and guard. I can't get it. It's around the head. I have a hiccup on this too. Is that supposed to be... I don't know what I'm thinking of at the moment.
严重，
他的病情很严重。
We're serious, we're strict.
“公民”，
每个公民都必须遵守法律。
That's how you spell citizen. Uh-oh. So let me write these down. Day was one of them, right? And this is a hiccup too. Young. What did I type? Rung? I think I accidentally typed rung instead of rang. Yeah, it is what I think it is, but it's still rung. Rung is still a problem. I don't think there's anything. I don't need to really fix it. It hiccups because there are very few rungs. And there are very few bays as well. Hmm. Hmm. Why do I want to... Oh.
贴，相让，
各不相让，
Pretty sure it's trust each other to make concessions, yeah. Or, okay, make concessions. Alright, fine. Make concessions and trust each other is very... very meta. This is the second time. I think this is the second time I stopped on this. Pretty sure it's to call out. Oh no. It's not. Oh there, Joe. It's going pretty well. Business as usual. How are you? Yeah, it's almost 200 days. With HanziHero. It's been over... It's more than a year and a half, but yes. How's it going? How's your summer? How's your summer going?
“在
Still need to work? But what do you work? You got your driver's license last week? Congratulations. What did you do? Where did you drive to? What is your first drive after getting your driver's license?
“严格
他是一位严格的老师，”“
素
Doing research. You're not sure? You don't have a car yet? Oh, okay. So you haven't driven anywhere yet with your driver's license. I see. Wait, then what did you drive in for your driver's license?
消 承担
承担任务，
Take on, to undertake, to shoulder.
问题，
警察要问我们很多问题。
Oh, you use your friend's car. Oh, I see. Oh, you passed the license? You're waiting for the license. It may take 3 weeks. Oh, okay, okay. Is it because of like a foreigner situation? I don't know how it works. Why the long wait?
"概括，
请你概括一下这个概念。
屋顶，
屋顶很脏，
You went to Mississippi with your friend. It was like an adventure. Most people say there is dangerous. Are you talking about Mississippi? Most people. Whoops.
天，扫描，
请扫描条码。
铁，打扫，
妈妈叫我们打扫厨房。
轮，
Oh. I don't know what they named that component. At the moment.
五，汇合，
不同文化在这里汇合。
房间，
我的房子有4个房间。
练习，
我没做完那道练习。
今天，
今天是我的生日。
What is that supposed to be? Okay. My hand move on its own. It's fine. Whoops. I fat fingered 5. It's a 4. Wait. Okay.
3棵树，
这座公园有3棵树。
Yeah, this is a hiccup. Pretty sure it's oh yeah, it's a hallucination thing. Was what I was trying. So where did I go? Where did I head off? It was the it is what the meaning is what I was thinking, but the read was off because of who I thought was hallucinating. Was what gave it. I was thinking it was Luke, but it's Walter. There's another one with Law, or yeah, Law, or Lun. Oops. That's supposed to be 4. Just kidding.
B 士兵，
士兵都穿制服。
寒，
Oh wait, no, that's not it. Okay, so oh,
比，孤， 难受，
我的胃很难受。
uh, okay.
湿度，
这里的湿度很高。
Sure is kind of hard, kind of tough at the moment.
狼，
What? Let me think about that for a moment.
吸收，
这种材料可以吸收水分。
Just breathe, I guess. Breathe work.
意，
Whoops. 2. Seashell. Like absorb? Oh, it could be absorb actually.
采，
What? Oh, that's wave. Oh, whoops.
别人，
别人的东西。
It's another person. Other and another person. Good. Fine. Maybe absorb is what they're looking for. Yeah.
厚度，
这块木板的厚度是2公分。
经历，
个人经历，
呼，主妇，
我妈妈是一位很棒的主妇。
变，为，
What? Is that not how you spell it? Oh, wait. This has the extra two things, right? No? Oh, yeah, this has the extra two things. Okay, yeah. I think I might have to be careful about the Siamese twins versus the... as the two top things, right? Because I was, this thing is in addition to these... And I was thinking of this for their components. Not sure why they have two there. I've yet to see it deployed too often.
牙刷，
我需要买一支牙刷。
Oh, not sure. Okay. Sure. Actually, I did. Oh. It's not. Oh no, I don't know.
礼物，
你不必要送这么贵的礼物。
冬，
What? Oh.
故事，
这是一个有趣的故事。
I don't remember how goo works. Oh, deliberate. That's supposed to be 4.
刷牙，
刷牙可以保护牙齿。
I thought Long was like maybe it had it had man in it. Was what they wanted. And
圆，直，
what? Yeah, this is a review. This is a review.
小伙子，
小伙子对于未来充满希望。
These are review. There are only 20 lessons a day. We're at 1200. Oh. I lost my train of thought. Which is YOLO. Really? What? Like children, young. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
一代
这一带有学校吗？
3,000 daily use? I'm aware of that. So. Yeah, I'm aware of that. HanziHero covers 4,000. It's like right now 3,800 3,893 or something like that. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Let's see.
Dan 保证
靠不住的保证。
白云
蓝天白云，好看极了。
片
Hola, mi amigo. It covers. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy cansado. Poco siesta. Ya. Está temprano, ¿no? Estoy cansado. You pepperoni. I don't know if you knew what I said. I said it's early, right? It's early. A little bit early to be taking naps. You're cooked? You're cooked for today. I wonder how you say cooked in like Spanish turn of phrase. Like estás asado? Like to make fun of the word cooked. Like asado means like kind of burns. Or like, you know, roasted. So I'm like está asado. Anyways. Cooked, yet uncooked. I could have sworn this was like... What? Oh, I'm screwing up the other thing. I'm not even looking properly.
仅有
这里仅有一所大学。
That's Chung. Whoops. What? I'll handle it. What is that? Walk? Gotta do some squinting. You're gonna try gaming in 960p. Good luck, good luck. You don't need to do some squinting. You just gotta open your eyes bigger. No? Open them eyes. Them eyeballs. Tus ojos. You know? Abre tus ojos. Or is it... Does that actually work? Yeah, like that. Like those eyeballs. Walk. Syringe. Oh, I almost have it. I almost have it.
赶往
救护车赶往事故现场。
相距
那两个地方相距5公里。
相距。这是什么？ I have forgotten the G. 嗯，那两个地方相距不哦，is it like width or something like mutual? Hmm. What? Oh, it's a typo. So, I gotta stop doing that. Pretty sure. I could have sworn.
程序
Oh, it is.
操作程序很简单。
Oops. I meant to say order. Order. Yeah, procedure. Okay, that's okay. We got there eventually.
"降水
雪是一种降水形式。
组 玉山
玉山是台湾最高的山。
Sure. Wait. How? I've already. If you stream, do you gotta change the output to that resolution? You mean like on full screen or something? No, you don't have to. You can if you want to spend a little bit of bitrate. Oh, actually windowed? What do you mean? No, so when you stream, it's projecting a resolution of your window. So if you are running at 1080 and you have window 960p, then that 960p will be stretched to a 1080. And what I mean by stretch, I mean it will be projected from your stream at 1080. So you could put 960, and then if you're only showing the full screen, then it will just be projecting 960 1-to-1, right? But it wouldn't make a difference because the ratio is the same. Your ratio is the same. If the ratio is the same, it doesn't matter if you're capturing the window. The entire window's dimensions will be the same. 960p, you're talking about 960p as in the same ratio, 16:9 as 1080. So it wouldn't make a difference. You don't have to change your settings if you're only capturing just the window. Like the difference here, like for me, for example, I'm running things in a 960, 16:9, 960 resolution. And literally the box that I carved out in the overlay is 960. So my window fits exactly in the 960 box. But the whole screen is 1080. So everything else is, so that's to give you an example. So the thing that I have up is actually 960. That's what a 960 window would look like if you're doing a 1080 presentation using a 960 window. You're supposed to have the answers for that. Where's your education gone, coffers? Okay, hold up. How I don't. Oh yeah, Bao Zheng. Evidence insurance, like proof. It's kind of like guarantee, insurance, proof. Yeah. Okay. It's also proof, technically, and a certification as well. To certify is a guarantee as well.
一定，
我明天一定会来的。
Or a must, or certain, inevitable. Yeah. So you could choose to downscale to 1080 or keep it native 1440 and be fine. Yes. Like if you play at 1440, right? And it's a 16:9, which is 1440. You don't have to change anything because your stream output is 16:9. No matter what window, if you always capture the window in a 16:9 ratio, it doesn't matter what you're outputting to the stream. It might look crispier, sort of. It might have some weird crispiness or blurriness if you stretched a 960p and put out a 1080 or something like that, or like technically you're doing downscaling in a way artificially by playing at 1440 and streaming out 1080. But as long as it's in the same ratio, it doesn't matter what the other end is, because it will either look crispier or not crispier. Yeah, so you can play whatever as long as it's 16:9 and you're capturing the full window, because the feed is the same dimensions. If you take a full screen, a 4:3 window, and you capture that window, right? If you take a 4:3, I can't ballpark 4:3, and then you decide to put it out in a 16:9 stream, then it's gonna look like everything's flat. So your guys are gonna be chubs. It's gonna end up doing this. This is what 16:9 is gonna look like, and they're gonna be like further stretched out. Wide boy. So this is gonna become wide boy if you capture a 4:3 and then project it out as a 16:9. It'll become a wide boy. If you do it the other way around, it becomes a skinny boy. Skinny but tall, like this. If you go the other way around, or you take a 16:9 and then try to project out a 4:3, but I don't think there are any services that put out 4:3. Like in terms of live streams, I don't think there's a 4:3 one. There is the taller one, which I don't know what that ratio is. What is the... Is it just backwards? I don't know if this is just 9 by 16. But what is the phone resolution? Yeah, it's just 9 by 16. So they just flipped it. So you could... There is also 9 by 16. Which you kind of can cram a 4 by 3 into it. Sort of. Oh wait, it does work. Because 4 by 3 will just be a like something like this right here. So 4 by 3 works for a 9 by 16 projection. So if you're like doing the vertical streaming, you can still put out a 4 by 3 onto a 9 by 16, because if you flip this, it'll be a 3 by... It'll be slightly like... Or... Oh, no, it's not, because it's taller. And then it'll be exactly... It'll be fine on the other side. Maybe slightly stretched. I can't tell anymore. No, yeah, you're fine. It'll be weird. Slightly weird. But not as bad. Weird. Why are you asking? Are you talking about Clear Up Scare? This can only be about Clear Up Scare, right? What is this? Guarantee. Ugh! I misread that. Maybe? Listen, you've told me so much information. There's no way you can get away with it.
他连续几天都在准备考试。
Oh, you were gonna try with other games? Oh, I see. You're trying to conserve. Yeah, for the record, like, I'm sure whoever has streamed enough and already knows that the box cutout that I have is 960. Like, this particular box, no matter what, is 960. Even my browser windows are normalized to 960 dimension. So because of that, it's the reason I compensate for like PC stuff. I get this ask a lot of times. People are like, "Oh, hey, like your feed looks nice, and you must have a nice PC or something." I say, "No, I don't. I just play at 960. Most of my things are rendered at 960. When you downscale something, it allows a lot more, like, it's a lot more consistent. And this box is exactly 960, so that it's 960 on a 1080 projection. So there's no like warping or anything. It's literally a 960 box where it's capturing a 960 feed. So it's 1-to-1. This box, the box that I have, is 1-to-1. This is a 1080 feed, but the box itself is capturing the exact window. In the future, I'll probably keep the same thing, only it's gonna be a 1080 feed resized into the 960 box up here. And I'll still be putting out a 1080 feed. So when I move up, right, this year when I upgrade, I'm still gonna play games at 1080, but now it's gonna fit into this 960 because the ratio is the same. They're still 16:9, so I don't have to change anything other than the setting in OBS. The box will always be will be the right ratio, so you just resize the box, the projected box, and everything will still be in scale. So everything is constantly staying at 16:9. The box here is not 16:9. So this is actually cropped. The camera feed is actually cropped. It's some random size. I don't know. It's whatever size that fits
whatever I wanted to capture. But this actual feed here is also 16 by 9. Just the sides are cropped off. And it's the lowest 1:1 resolution of this box. So the camera itself, like this, is a 360p feed. And this is what 360 looks like vertically. So if you're doing the vertical one, that's what 360p is. 360p, and then off the screen, there's a bit of cutout on left and right of the cutout. But it's 1:1 at 360p. If you take this height and put it into this box at 960, it's that ratio between 960 to 360. Or is it 320? Sorry, 320. 320 is the word. It's 1/3. It's 1/3 the resolution, because the camera is putting out 1/3 the resolution. So everything's kept to 1:1. I don't know how well it's gonna look if you take a 1080 window and put it to 960. I'm gonna cross that road when we get to it. Let's see. Gaming at 1080. I only game at native when I used to play video games on my free time, but I don't. And now I've gotten used to playing, like, most of the games I play are live service games in the evening. I only play single player games on stream. So all the live service games, they're actually made with lower resolution in mind. But I still play 1080 stuff. Yeah, P5X in 960. It's actually slightly too small. Slightly too small. Because some of the UI elements are cut out slightly because of the phone screen. So that's a problem. Because phone screens are a little bit bigger than 960 these days. And there's no UI scaling on the phone, or like in their programming. The P5X doesn't have a UI scaling, which typically there is an option for UI scaling in like first person, you know, like single player games that aren't live service.
骨架
房屋的骨架
Oh, Clair Obscure had a scaling UI scaling problem too. You play P5R in 720p Switch handheld? Understandable, Zhao. Yeah, so in Clair Obscure coffers, I couldn't select a particular element because it was blocked out by the menu. And it's on the talent tree section where you like click on the very right of the talent tree overlaps with a selection value. So I had to like I have to like click select something in order to get to it. So there's some overlapping UI constraints. So in the future, you have to play at 1080 regardless. So 960 does present some issues when it comes to PC standards. However, there are wonderful developers out there that occasionally make all their UI elements modular, so then you can pick your UI scaling. Oftentimes though, when a game is made for mobile, a handheld console, and PC, they typically offer a UI scaling, like three settings like small, medium, and large to serve as that problem. But not all studios, have that type of resources and maybe like oversight, and because they're not like marketed to a wider audience, but eventually they would. And Clear Obscure is one of them because they didn't release on it. Well, actually, I think it released on everything now that I think about it, or most things. I can only imagine playing P5R on a 720p Switch handheld. That's kind of one of those things where stylization of UI makes things very unpredictable. I think stylized UIs are really wonderful to look at. However, it's kind of a big brain move to make sure all of that stuff can scale to different things. And I only play at 960p because I want to hit 120 frames per second. I like seeing things in 120 FPS far more than seeing things like Monko wide or like seeing fidelity. I'm more of an FPS person, so imagine getting 180. You think on Switch is 30 FPS unless you get a 60 FPS mod for it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, on Switch 1. I'm not even sure Switch 2 would play P5R at 60. I like my 60 minimum, but we're jostling between 60 and 120. Yeah, we're getting there. Our equipment is very old now. Someone there was a recent ask. Yeah, 6-year-old trucking along. Show me some Jocelyn. I'll show you some Jocelyn. You remember it is 60 FPS, or you're wrong? For the P5R, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure what the requirements were for P5R. I haven't played P5R myself. But we will soon enough. What is... Framework? Well, on Switch 2, it's still 720. I think Switch 2 is definitely 60 FPS, for sure. In terms of Switch 2 stuff. Whoops. I fat fingered 3. Wait. You have no idea. I think G is what's missing. Oh right. The distance. That's right. G. Okay, hold up. I have 4 characters that I want to review today.
他喜欢穿浅色的衣服。
Got it. It is 30 FPS on Switch 1. How I experienced that. Do you often play things in 30 FPS style? Sometimes it's more of like what you normally play with that you would notice the thing. But Persona is one that wouldn't get someone to suddenly realize it's 30 FPS. Like, I don't think it would have a lot of things that would make you miss 60 or not. Oh, there, Lucky Day. Hello.
酸甜，
这杯果汁有一种特殊的酸甜味道。
You also use HanziHero? Feel like we've spoken before. You didn't know that I also use it? I see. I'm not sure we met the last 200 days. It's even it's even less than 30 FPS when you're playing Zelda: The Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, I can only imagine. Apparently, Switch 2 did really well on remediating that. They did a re-release and a scale up for Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild on Switch 2. It was a hot topic this year with the launch.
坚强，
他性格很坚强。
Oh wait, that's just firm or strong. Yeah, you replay Breath. It's amazing. Yeah. You started using it 35 days ago. Ah, I see. Lucky day. I see.
西，
How you like it? How do you like your experience so far?
失业率，
失业率正在上升。
I forgot the keyword rate. I was thinking.
歌，
You had 200 items today. Very nice, very nice. What did you learn today? The really good. Wait. Are you talking about the website? Or do they have an app? As far as I know, they don't have an app. So you're talking about this, right? Or did you somehow get it to work as an app?
生活，
Oh,
你
okay.
知道怎么生活吗？
Did I ask you? I'm not sure. Did I ask you what is it that makes you want to learn? Oh no, that's okay. I was just curious because I don't know if Kevin planned to release an app. So it could have been that there was an app
画，
or someone like scripted an app like Wanikani. Wanikani has a lot of community members that made that happen. Or even though there's like a web version of it for Wanikani. And did I ever ask you why is it that you're learning Chinese? You learned today by 不过 However, 不过 not Yeah. Oh, no. Sorry. It's just it took me a while because it's Sanghi rules. 不过 Yeah, 不过 I was saying it weird because of Sanghi rules. Yeah. Sandy, oh, by the way, Zhao, Kevin uses, HanziHero uses traditional writing, so the, like, standardized writing. Instead of that, so I still have to translate the Sandy rules to the sound. They write it, they use it as the convention. The common convention where you write the original tone, not the modified tone. So instead of writing as 不过, it's just 不 for the pinyin. And it took me a while because I usually look at the characters and then say the sound as opposed to reading the pinyin. Yeah, friends from Shenzhen and Guangzhou, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so they just stuck with, you just write it as is and then know your Sundhi rules. Sundhi rules on your own. Did you get it? Oh, that's why you're learning Chinese. That's right. Your friends. That's right. Did you get a chance to use any of your Chinese? A lucky day? Wow. What did I want for this? Draw? Oh, okay. Drawing. Okay. You're learning simplified Chinese? Yeah, I noticed. You wrote 过 in simplified Chinese. Yeah, boo stays the same in traditional. I know like 1,000 simplified Chinese, and then we're at 1,200 in traditional, so they're about the same place now. And reading simplified is not too big of a step from traditional, so it's 大丈夫です。没问题，没问题。Sorry, I don't know why I said 大丈夫。Yeah, está bien, está bien. No es problema. Okay. We have 4 characters that we have to go over. I already written them down, so we're just gonna go and do our yeah. 莫大爷, right? 莫大爷. Modai is somewhat like 没问题. I think 没问题 and Modai is the closest thing I can think of, the approximation. It means no problem, so no problema is the closest to Modai, which is 没问题. Or it's not a problem, is all the equivalents. Or maybe more like no worries. No worries. 莫大爷没问题. How do you say no problem literally in Japanese? 問題? 問題じゃないです or 問題じゃない something like that. 問題, yeah, it's like Cantonese, yeah. Fujonese, every time I say Fujonese, a lot of the like common phrases are Cantonese, like closer to Cantonese. Yeah. A mantai, right? Mantai, mo mantai, right? Or mo mandai, close to that. So, and then mondai in Japanese, right? So maybe like mondai wa janai or something like that would be like a literal thing, or mondai o janai. I'm trying to apply like the 4 languages, but it's kind of funny. You kind of get the idea because they're they're rudimentary words, so you kind of get all the connections. Mo dai, mantai, mondai are all the like variances. 138 reviews a day, that's a lot. Yeah, we're doing 20 lessons a day. We've been doing 20 lessons since we needed to speed up. So we've been doing 20 lessons since like March something, I think. It was whenever 100 days hit. Or 50 days, something like that. And then that's the pace that we continue to work at. So it's been like 197, right? Today is the end of 197 days. You're doing 5.5 items on average? That's amazing. Like, I'm sure you're doing other things, right? It takes me about an hour and a half. I decide to do 20 lessons a day because it usually takes me about an hour and a half. You might be thinking, then why am I been streaming for... Hang on. Why have I been streaming for like 3 hours and 47 minutes? It's largely because I talk to other people. So I yap. I yap for like 2 to 3 hours. Make time for that. So I figure 1.5 hours. 1.5 hours is pretty good. You missed only one reviewing day so far? Solid. I'm glad you're keeping consistent. I prefer, like, if I were... This is unsolicited, like, sharing here. If you're able to lower the volume to a point where you like to do it every day, that's often far more likely to be like a normal lifestyle thing eventually than trying to do a lot and then only like every so often. I think a lot of times people overestimate their commitment to regularly practicing and studying. So if you're able to do that, 5.5 items on average, and you only miss one day, that's amazing. Like, that's absolutely going to work out. I don't do anything during the daytime. So like, I don't work or study anything else technically. So I get to do that. I get to spend an hour and a half. You do my math summer homework, but also not do. You do? Okay. That's understandable. That's understandable. I could be studying other things, but yeah, this is my wheelhouse right now. We've dedicated to the year to HanziHero and Wanikani. So we do HanziHero and Wanikani back to back every single day. That's the year plan. And then anything extra is whatever time we have. We were doing some Spanish review and whatnot. But trying to figure out how we juggle all of that stuff. And then fit in a few video games here and there when the opportunity presents itself. This was not Doubt, this was Zombie, right? Every 100 days, I do like a 3 to 4 hour bit on how my way of using the tool changed. So it's about to come up soon. So I'm gonna do a 200 day like review. I already did one for 100 days, and then Wanikani just passed 200, and we did that about 4 days ago. I don't do a study log. No. Well, I technically do, but it's summarized every 100 days. It's not done like, so the study log thing that people like to do, it's every 100 days. There's a summary for that, but I don't post it anywhere. It's gonna be either on my channel or you catch me and ask me to explain it. But other than that, it's not posted anywhere. You saw some people in the community doing it. Yeah, it's a fairly common practice. So whenever you like maybe decide you grow out of HanziHero or something and you want to do something else like Anki, Wanikani. Well, Wanikani is Japanese, but like Anki, like even if you find like Do Chinese forum or other apps, they tend to, it's a very common practice. And it's a encouraged practice, keeping a study log. Keeping study logs, summarizing, evaluating the things you're doing as you're going. I highly encourage that myself. I do it personally though. I don't share it. Do you think Anki afterwards? Yeah. So I do it personally for personal use. So I don't like share it publicly anywhere else. The closest thing to a study log is every 100 days, I try to summarize what happened in the last 100 days. What I've been doing the last 100 days, like the process, and then what I'm going to do in the next 100 days or more. And that's my closest thing to study log. So I'm prepping all of this stuff in 3 days, or 3 days. The incoming 3 days. It'll be this Friday. Like, what do I do when I get an answer wrong? How do I negotiate and that type of thing? And what do I do when I, keep getting something wrong or keep getting something mixed up, etc. Okay. What do I do when I first learn something? That type of thing. Alright, so let's get into our thought process here. Li. Xian. Or Xian. Xian. Jing. Yi. Intermediate plus. Yeah, this is about where Duolingo ends actually. It's a little over Duolingo, but some of the vocabulary is still a little familiar, but yeah. Oh, and for the record, I'm trying to learn how to read, so it's a little different. Listening is another department that I'm not really focused on at the moment because I think my listening has always been around intermediate plus. So we get to focus on reading and writing most of the time. And then now the rest, we're gotten to a point where like the rest is like enrichment. So that's kind of neat. I started using HanziHero because I was illiterate. I couldn't read any characters. You're so tiny. What was under you? I don't remember what was under you. If only I could see that character. Okay, let's see. We have Dollhouse. Or is that the walking doll? Do I have Hello Talk? I don't. We just have to see it though. It's a clay pot. It's clay pot and the scepter. Wow. Ing. Small. You use it, but not for the media. Interesting. I don't remember what Hello Talk does. Small tool and silk. Sorry, it's really hard for me to juggle both. Jian. Small tool and silk. Oh, this is for county.冲突. Yeah, that's fine. Wei Huan. Gun. Yen. Zhen. Zhen Chang. Wait. Oh, right. Xitong. Unite department system. It's a language exchange app, and 40% of its users are Chinese. It also has a media that's a bit strange, where people there are pretty nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time talking to other Chinese people. Zhao is Chinese. Technically. Technically Zhao counts, but we don't talk very often either. Zhao's busy with university life and all the things that are going on. Busy getting his driver's license.默读支援遗传 Oh yeah, and then Zhao talks in English. Yeah. Yeah, you can try your Chinese with Jiao. 可以. People usually prefer tandem over hello work talk, but you're satisfied with hello talk. Whatever works, lucky day. Whatever works. It's about getting it to work. Here's my thing about using Chinese. Outside of like pleasantries or like there's not much to say other than 你可以读中文吗？可以一点中文。我也可以说的一点中文 right？ 但是我现在学习中文 right？ 可以读，我说的中文不很好，说的一点 right？ Just a little bit. Not the greatest, but most of the time I don't really focus on doing things that I don't normally do. Most of the time, if I'm like using Chinese or Japanese, I'm reading Chinese or Japanese. So as long as I can read other people's comments and then respond, I'll try to respond in an appropriate way. But most of the time, we use more than one language for the most part. It's the most normal thing that I want to do. I don't have any plans to live in an environment in which people don't speak more than one language. Or like to me, with me, So, 说的中文我可以说的 I don't know how to say 好的 just good enough to get the point across. And then most of the time, like when I'm speaking to people, I'm always constantly speaking different languages most of the time. So as long as it's good enough, it's fine. I do love being around the idea that I will be surrounded in the future with people who normally just speak multiple languages, whichever way they prefer. And we always have good old English to carry it at home. Right? One day I'll be saying like half sentence. 你的声音很好，对，感谢，right? Thanks. We try. We try to work on our pronunciation or the from time to time. I think my Fuzhou, over time, I really got to get closer to my parents' like Fujonese and how it impacts the way I think things sound weird or not. And you kind of sort of pick it up on. By the way, how HanziHero uses a generated voice. So sometimes I think it sounds weird. But then when I go and look for the example, it's like, it's not weird, it's just I'm weird. Like ending sentences sometimes with like threes, regardless of what the thing is. I always end in threes because it's like the English thing to do. So sometimes the last word might be like, you what? So like 我很好, right? But 很好 just happens to be 3, but sometimes it's kind of like a little bit mid. And because I speak English, most of the time at the end of a sentence, you go down. So when I'm talking to my parents in Fujonese, it's kind of a pattern that also exists. Some of the generating things. Oh, one thing I uncovered yesterday. What was it? Tofu. Tofu, right? Tofu. It's marked as this. Right? Right, it's marked as this, but... Oh, was it this? Oh no, maybe it's not. It's more like a situation in 扫 扫什么？扫 how do you say clean up? 扫 扫除 扫除 I need a 3-3, like an example of 3-3, right? Earlier today, let's just say, what's a good 3-3? I need a good 3-3. Oh, docile. Yeah, docile. Right, docile. Thank you. Docile. So, docile. I usually say docile. So I say the 3-3-3s. Sometimes there's no halftone. There was a really good example, but this isn't the best example. But sometimes I don't do halftones. Just da sol. Not da sol. Da sol. Da sol. So sometimes like it sounds a little weird when I hear it as da sol. Da sol. As opposed to da sol. And the generator, what the generator does is they do the 2-3, or like the halftone 2-3 when there's 3. So docile, and so docile, right? So sometimes like I realize these things nowadays. It's like, oh yeah. Skip the 4 in first 3. Is that clear? Skip the 4 in yeah you so yes skip the it's you know how oh yeah skip the 4. Yes, skip. It's kind of like skip the 4 in 3. That's what they do sometimes. So they do the this, so the halftone, yeah, the halftone, and I don't. Yeah, take care, Lucky, take care. And I don't. I actually do 3-3. A lot of times I don't do a halftone. So just saying docile, right? Docile or docile. It's just docile. So it's still long, but I don't know if that's something unique to my accent or not. And I find myself doing that a lot. The halftone. Like, because you have, right? Da, let's just mix it up. It doesn't matter what the word is. Like, this would be docile, right? Then you would have docile, and then you would have docile. It's a docile, and then docile. Not the greatest example. There's one that yesterday, it's a perfect example, and I don't remember what it is anymore. Oh, it is. 总统 president. It's actually today. 总统, I think. It's here. So 总统, right? And I think they went with 总统, 总统 instead of 总统. And then I have 总统. And because 总统 is it's Fujonese for president as well. So I hear my parents say 总统 very, very often. And I don't know if that sounds normal to you. No. When I say 总统, am I saying 我说的中文还是福州, right? Which one is it? I think I'm saying something different. When they were highlighting 总统, I was saying 总统as in what I would say in Fujonese, but they're really, really close. They're really close. Anyways, sorry, it's right here, 总统. 총什么?冲浪. That's surf. Surfing. And then 总统. For 中, you can put your tongue more close to tech. It sounds like 中. Yeah, I know. I know what it's supposed to sound like. The thing I'm sharing is I'm kind of curious if people can figure out that I'm saying 总统 and not 总统. Yeah. 总统. Yeah, 总统. Oh, your teeth? Yeah, that's how you get the sound. Yeah. Uh 我说你可以听的我的 accent in 福州。我说的福州话还是说的中文。No, it's hard to understand 中东. Okay. Yeah. And what I'm trying to say is, how would you describe the difference between the two? Like, how am I producing the sound 中东 versus you need a note frequently? You would be in the life. I need a note frequently. You would be in the life. And 中东 is not a common word in daily. Yeah, it's a common word in Fujonese. Yeah, so or actually maybe not. Well, what would you use for president? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're talking about like you don't use the position of president. You can say you're speaking Mandarin, not Fuzhou. Oh, interesting. Cool. That's interesting. Like, do you know when I'm not speaking Mandarin? Well, like what I mean is I should test these out. I'll collect some words, maybe for next time. This will not be for this time, but for next time, I'll collect some words, and I'm actually kind of curious if there was a difference or not. I don't actually know how Fuzhou works, so what I mean is, it's hard for me to tell sometimes if I'm saying, but the words don't line up very often. You are required to use rather than Shoo, really? Interesting. I think I hang on. I need to. That is a harder. There's a lot of simplified characters in there. Let me see what the. Shoo, interesting. Shoo ji. Oh, that makes sense. Interesting. And while referring to the president? Yeah, Shu Ji makes sense, the secretary. Or someone who's involved in the remembering or the recording of the books. I remember this. Yeah, we do, I did get this phrase already. They just go through many vocabulary. It doesn't have to be common or not common, but interesting. I don't talk about politics very often. I don't talk to my parents about politics very often, but I hear them talk about politics, and then they watch a lot of like news stuff. Like another one on television that is very close is Guangao. Guangao in what is it? Guangao is Guanbao. Probably. Guanbao. Guangao. Oh no, Guangao. Sorry, Guangao. Yeah, Guangao. Which is funny because I think Kokoku is the same in Japanese. Kokoku. Yeah, Guangao. We don't skip 3. We don't skip 3. Oh, Guangao. Oh, Guangao. Or wait, what? Oh, is it 3? Oh, it's not 1, it's 3. Oh, it's Guangao. Yeah, Guangao. Yeah. It's 3, my bad. Guangao. I'm not sure if Guangao is supposed to be 1 or not. Yeah, see, I don't know what tones I'm using. I have no idea what tones I'm using when I'm speaking I can't describe Fuzhou because I'm not quite sure what tone it is. It sounds like I'm saying 1, Guangao, 3, and then Guangao is 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like I'm saying 1, 3. It's the same characters though. And the same it's still this. Yeah. It's still this. But Guangao versus Guangao. Eating. Yisheng. Eating. Oh, actually, you can probably eating as well. It's probably like E. And then whatever the formal version. Probably like 10. Really close to 10. But eating or yisheng. I don't think I don't think I've ever used a sheng. Probably like this. The end. There's no ding. Ding is always going to be. Oh no. Ding is dung. Oh man. Oh right, and then you have yisheng. That's right, yisheng. That's right. You guys use yisheng. Yeah, we have eating. Eating sounds closer to like a dian, or it also like dung. Dung is ding for light. Dung. Any form of this. Dung becomes ding. Like anything that includes something like this. The radical. I don't know how we get from chu, right? Chu, like chu, to sit. I don't know how sit works either. Yeah, dung. Yeah, dung. Which also chu becomes sit, which I have no idea how that. I think the closest thing to sit is like it's chu, but it's more like s, and oh no, it's more like s, but it has this. This is what I remember. This is one of the tones, where you stop it, where you hit it and you stop. This is one of the 2 additional tones in Fujianese. So like you just stop, sit. You immediately stop the sound. So you start it and you stop it. And I don't know how that translates. So like 你吃了饭吗? Yeah, like 你吃了饭吗? 你吃了没? 你吃了饱没? And then there's also this one, this tone. So far, these are the 2 tones that I can discern a little bit. Yeah. So moi. Moi is this one. And I don't know how to do that. I think it's moi. Like MU. It's closer to like the Japanese, but moi, and then sit, which stops. So I think there are two more. There's one more that I can't really do. It's kind of like you go here, and then you kind of raise, but only partial raise. Or is it the other way around? I think it might be go from middle to bottom and then come back up to high. It's either this way or this way is the other tone. And I have no idea when to use it at all. I basically, every time I study some Mandarin, when it sounds like another word I know, I say it to myself and see if it changes or not. Yeah. So moi is one. I think this one is kind of fun because it's in Japanese, but not necessarily the same way. This is atamadaka, or is it the other way around? It's not. It's nakadaka, right? Yeah, this is nakadaka. So whenever you have to do the nakadaka, do it over one syllable. Moi. So it goes like it goes up and then back down. Kind of like what's another one? Maybe like kurai. Yeah, kurai. 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 Moi. Kurai. So you do it over one syllable, like xiang. Xiang. Jiang. Like nian. Nian. Ooh. So that stuff, I kind of, it's kind of nice that you don't have to do it. You don't have to learn that. But that's what I've learned learning Mandarin. Mandarin helps me appreciate some of the other things that show up in Fujonese that doesn't show up in Mandarin. So like I don't say things like what's another one? Bo. 你是 bo 了 moi. Like moi is like so much. Moi is ma. Yeah, it almost sounds like this. Moi is at the end of the stuff. So if you say like 你听到了吗? Right? 你听到了 moi. And it's the moi, this moi. So you hear it all the time. It's kind of like hearing ne all the time. You know, steaky desu ne. You know, or yo is probably a better one. I think yo is a better example, you know. You know, so desu yo. Anyways. Maybe one day. I haven't met a Fuzhou person yet. I would love to meet someone who speaks English, Mandarin, and possibly even Japanese. And then they happen to be Fujonese as well. I don't know if your parents are like this, Sal, but my parents are the ones where, you know, Chinese pragmatism, where if you don't have any use for the language, why are you wasting your time? That kind of thing. So, and that's a very traditional approach. So most of the time, the people that are here in the United States, the people that are born second generation of Fuzhou, they don't usually are encouraged to learn and their parents tend not to be people who are educated, like academically. So my parents wouldn't be able to teach me how to write and like grammar rules and stuff, even if they wanted to. My grandfather was still in China, and he often, yeah, it's a little disappointing, I know. So it's really tough to find anyone. Most of the time, the most common people I meet is probably Taiwan and or like Malay. And often the closest thing they would say is what is it? Ming? No, Hokkien. Hokkien. And I can assure you, I do not understand any Hokkien. It is so weird to listen to Hokkien. Min is derived and linked apparently to Fuzhou and Hokkien, and these two things are in the same area. So there are some somewhat commonalities, but the moment I listen to someone saying Hokkien, I'm like, 你也把我说你也把我讲什麼話，只能係聽到我講什麼嘛。And then they would say like, nope, and then I'm like, okay, let's see what Hokkien is. Nope, I have no idea what they're saying. Like, you might as well be speaking a foreign language. I can at least recognize what's Cantonese and what's Mandarin, but no, not Hokkien. Wait, do you speak a dialect, Zhao? Did I ever ask you? Like Guangdong? Maybe like somewhere in the... I don't actually remember where you're from. So Hokkien and Fujianese are different? Yeah, they're different. Apparently. Apparently they're different. I ask people who have... Like, occasionally I would ask, oh, do you know a dialect? I ask pretty much most people who know Chinese if they speak a dialect. And whenever they brought up Hokkien, they don't know what I'm saying. So I'm guessing whatever people think is Hokkien is not it. Obviously, this is like only 10 people. So it wasn't good enough. You're from Henan. Oh, Henan? Your dialect is close to Mandarin? Ah, okay. Where is that, by the way? Oh, wow. That's really north. Yeah, you're really far north. Oh, Henan. Okay, Henan. Yeah, you're really far north. So you must also have a northern Chinese accent as well, huh? Yeah, Fujin. Actually, I don't actually know what the character of Fujin is. Now I can see what it is. Fujian? It might be Fujian or Fujian. No, it's probably Fujian. Let me see. I need the Hanzi for Fujian. Yeah, it's Fujian. Yeah, Fujian. Fujian. 4. Oh, that's a cute name. Fujian. Wealth. Interesting. Oh no, it's Fujian. Oh, that Fu. Okay, it's Fujian. I'm looking at the... Yeah, so happiness and build. Build happiness. Huh. Luck. Yeah, that's a cool name. And then what was yours? River and South. River and South. Well, that name didn't check out very well, does it? Yeah, interesting. Maybe in the future, like little down the road, I would love to hear what your accent sounds like. We don't consider us as north, we just in mid. Oh, okay. How far north? What is considered north in China? Sorry, I'm all up in this. I love these questions. What's considered north in China? Like, are we talking about probably like way to the northeast? Because you're close to the Beijing, right? Beijing line. Beijing line somewhere. Oh, you prefer, oh, so you're still lower. Is this oh, okay, okay. I see. What is the capital city of the place? Is it this Yuling or something? I don't actually recognize the first character. It has forest in it though. Wait, I think this map sucks. Hold up. Oh no, it's a little bit to the east of it. We have a Zhou Kou. Suchang. Oh, okay. Hey, there's a hay somewhere? Oh, like... Oh, I think I found it. Oh. Interesting. Man, China is gigantic. You're from, okay. Luoyang. Where's... Oh, right there. Oh, okay. Luoyang. Interesting. I'll have to look a little bit. Oh, it's a really cute place. I'm looking at images of the place. Alright. That's enough, Tiger. You think it's a beautiful name? Yeah, Sunset Luoyang. That's great. I like beautiful names. Although the funny names are pretty funny too. Like, oh yeah, I'm sure we already made this joke, right? You like the Midwest in the United States, it's like, that's the Midwest. And I'm like, what do you mean Midwest? It's like, it's basically East. Like, but that's the Midwest. At some point, it was the Midwest. And then in China, like, Chinese names have that too. It's like, wait, why does this say north of a river? It's like, well, there used to be a river there. Yeah, like, there used to be a river there. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, our place is called Big Town, like Big Lake. It's like, but there's no lake there. It's like, there used to be a big lake there. Oh yeah, that's right. Huanghe. Yeah, Huanghe. Yeah, Huanghe is what you call it, the second largest river. Yeah, the Yellow River, which is basically yellow. Yeah, were you and I the one that talked about this? About how the largest river tends to be the one that has the most tributaries, so that means that it probably runs the dirtiest. Or like not the dirtiest as in like other things, but more like the most things feed into the river outside of Changjiang, right? Changjiang. So it's basically yellow. Yeah, Changjiang. Yeah, Changjiang. For the two main rivers. You know, they run yellow-ish most, but there are really beautiful parts of them. I don't know if you're familiar with Native Americans. Not like Americans that are native, but Native Americans. And in where I live, oh, you live in the Midwest, so, or your university is in the Midwest, so Native Americans, a lot of the names are weird too. Like I can't even spell this, and I've lived by this river like 2/3 of my life. I think it's Susqua. Maybe there's no. Maybe there's an A. I'm almost like doxing myself, but I don't know how to spell this. But there's a river, and these are the types of names that you get. Like they're Native American related names, and that produces a whole different can of worms when it comes to like what's considered the American name thing. And yeah, we're talking about Native Americans now. Lots of the rivers. Like, I'm not entirely sure where Mississippi comes from, for example. Mississippi. Yeah. I don't know where Mississippi comes from. And I don't really know what the significance of this name is. So when we're talking about river names, yeah, Yellow River is amazing. Like I just got what is it? Yishang, right? Yishang Jade Mountain, and that's fine. Then you have like Appalachian or Appalachian is what some people say too. Appalachian. And I'm like, search your uni's Outlook. Fortunately, no. Yeah, I don't know how to spell most of these things, but this one is a mountain range, so that's fine. But whenever I think about China, I also think about their mountains, their mountain ranges. And Jade Mountain is definitely one that I'm very familiar with. And then, you know, Yellow River, because of a lot of the river stuff dealt with pop culture. Like the pop culture is like dynasties, right? The dynastic period, the warring period. You have things like Red Cliff happens all the time. The Yellow Turban Rebellion happens around the Yellow River. Lots of the conflicts happened around Yellow River, so it's a really common one. In terms of the United States, they're usually just named after people with no, I don't know if their names have any significance. Like a big river that's important in history would be like the Hudson River. I'm like, okay. I don't know. Hudson. It's hard to say if names are beautiful or interesting. It's the Hudson. What does the Mississippi make you feel? I have no idea. Taixiang. Oh, interesting. Taixiang. Huaxiang. Oh, that's a cute one. Songxiang. I don't know what song means at the moment. Ooh, there are quite a few that I don't know. And yeah, the Himalaya. There. Okay. We'll have to go over names in the future. I'm still limited on some characters. There are definitely some characters that I'm not sure if, because they're simplified or they're harder for me to read. Yeah. We'll have to go over some of this stuff in the future. Do you like talking about China with other people? I'm actually kind of curious. Like, I don't get tired of being asked about it. Holy Mount Everest. Oh, is it a... It's probably like Ava... is this... Everest is probably like a borrowed word, isn't it? Like, oh no, it's not. Wait, Everest is not a borrowed word? Chu mu lang ma bang. What? Wait, what does this mean? Let me think. I don't know what chu means yet. Not even mu. I'm not sure about lang either. What the? I don't understand Mount Everest's name. Yeah. I have to come back to that one. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious. Wait, since you've been in the United States, do you ever do you enjoy having people? I don't know if you talk about this very often. I don't grow tired of talking about heritages and like cultural exchange. I quite enjoy cultural exchange. I feel there are situations where there are people who get tired of explaining something or being mistaken for something, etc. But I like talking to people. The people around me like talking about heritages. It can be a little bit something that other people don't enjoy too much. Yes, we exchange many things with different countries, people. Okay. I can talk about this all day, but obviously I don't necessarily have all day. So I really appreciate you sharing your busy time. Yeah. Did I ask you what are you working at the moment? You said you were doing work, right? Are you like working on top of studying, or are you talking about working because you're working on your studies? Someone else is also working right now. A pro call stopped on by coincidentally, and he was talking about how he was spending his summer vacation, or I was asking what he was doing this summer. You're editing podcasts. Oh, interesting. Editing a podcast. A podcast, huh? Do you run a podcast? Or are you part of someone else's podcast? Cheng什么? What is that, pendant? Oh. 诚实? Just honest. 诚实. A podcast in Chinese? Ooh. So you're probably you're set up. You know this stuff. This is stuff that's right off your backyard. without saying too much, I still think the world is a really wonderful place. If you know, those who are very influential in power get along. Oh, let me see. What's the title of your channel? 이조科技回顾. You do tech reviews? Wait, yeah, 回顾. Yes. Once. Okay, yeah. Once a week tech reviews. In like, is that like tech news? Do you talk about tech news, or do you review tech? Which is it? Oh, that's cute. I have to take a look. Tech news. Okay. Speaking of tech news, there's some saucy tech news lately. I don't know if you're learning about I don't know how much you have into like hacking or security, how often you file security, but yeah, right now, yeah, there's some saucy things this year. Windows is in the forefront right now. But a little before that was Asus, actually. Asus had a bunch of backend software problems. And then Windows recently was hit with a 0-day exploit. Again, it's the same one. You share some experiences with products. I see. I listen to a lot of tech news in the evening. I like keeping on top of it. It's part of our life now, you know. Gotta stay on top of it. Yichang. Right. You didn't get saucy? Oh, saucy la wei. La bao. Sorry. I'm making a pun. But la wei the bao la wei the bao guan bao. It's sauce. It's a hot news. Very hot news. Saucy. Like not I'm making a pun, but like steamy, tense, very tense news. But I was making a pun on hot, spicy. That's where saucy comes from. So very hot news. I think a more conservative way of saying it is maybe like 炒流 something like that. 炒流新闻 炒流 sounds about right. Noisy but trendy. Noisy, flowing. Yeah. 炒流 something like that. So saucy. But saucy is using hot sauce. So the word saucy is rooted in something that's spicy. Like literally spicy. Oh, yes. That's it. Yes, something like that. Yes. I often wonder if when can you give me an example of someone using an English phrase that you found that was humorous? Like I've been wondering, how do Chinese people express cooked? 做了 would be like close, but I don't think they use 做了 in the same way as cooked. So cooked means you're basically screwed. Like you're there's no going back. You screwed up. You're cooked. You screwed up. But I'm curious. You don't know I also use cooked in Chinese? Oh, just okay. Okay. Cuz I'm kind of curious if Chinese people have like a different version of being cooked. I've been messing around with Chinese this way. Like if I said something, hard to find a Chinese word. Yeah. I think the best I can think of is I think total failure is the closest thing that I can think of. So it's 多 maybe like 多 by maybe. It's a new usage, isn't it? Yeah, it's a new usage. So I'm thinking like 多 多 by, which is dang it, what is fail? By, I don't know how to write by right now. I don't remember the traditional character, but by is like this in simplified. So maybe like many fails. Cooked. This would be something that I would say. It's like how do you say cooked? 多 by. 很多的 by. Alright, okay, I'm done. Hardly agree. 你什么了? And you know, like 你干什么? 很多的 by. Sorry. 我很 by. 我很多的 by. 我很多 by or something. I think that would catch on. And then you can just completely emphasize 很多的 by. Super cooked, like overcooked. I'm overcooked. All right. Anyways, thank you again. Oh, one thing that I really enjoy about learning Chinese, especially with characters or Hanzi, is like things like this, like mu. No, not mu. Wait. Oops. It's wu jia. Wait, it's wu jia ke huan? Or is it ke gui? I like this one, where you're saying there's no way to return. Yeah. 无家可归 可归 无家可归 basically nothing, you know, no house to return to. And that's awesome. And if you're thinking about homeless, right, it's like no home. So how do you describe homeless? 无家可归. So whenever if I had to explain to my parents like, oh, what does this word mean? 无家可归. It's so good. Sorry. But it's a really serious topic, but it happens a lot when learning characters. You can't really do it with like home, right? 家. But 家 looks like this. You know? 家 looks like this. It doesn't look like that. I'm kidding. I'm a little biased right now, but I want to say home looks interesting, but it really doesn't. Alright. Okay. Alright, I won't hold up this. We gotta finish this. Alright, so let me go over my mnemonics for these. Do you think this is weird? May I ask you, have you ever seen people use mnemonics like the HAZIX? Oh, actually, do you use a HAZIX approach when you're learning Japanese? Do you think this is weird that people break down radicals or is that something you're really familiar with because you're also learning Japanese from time to time? Or do you not use it at all because you already know Hanzi? Like what I'm about to do you think it's weird? Weird as in like you wouldn't do it kind of situation. So like for example, I'm gonna show you Li. So Li is Link. So Link is in the room of his house. And what is HAZIX? So HAZIX is a guy who probably is the most trendy version of you doing this type of system where you are associating location, you're breaking things down into radicals and you're building up to characters, and those characters are built from the radicals and the mnemonics that they relate to each other. So I don't know if you're using this in some way, shape, or form when you're learning Japanese, but since you already know Chinese, like you're already grouping things based on different associations. So for example, like yi, right? Yi is bowl. Yeah, yi is bowl. You learn Japanese by memorizing the shape, each structure, like the complete structure, right? You're not coupling it down further down into smaller parts, and then you're not associating mnemonics to them, or are you? So for example, bowl is right, this from complete to details. Okay. Yeah, so this way you can do both. So what happens is you build up to the big one, but then you can skip the step if you don't need it. So what happens is, in case you forget the whole thing, right, the whole detail, you can take some of the details and still get back to the big details. Like for example, these are different layers, right? One of them, HAZIX, is to combine all these layers. So bowl and this is doubt, right? They both converge on doubt. Yeah, so they both converge on doubt. Oh, you think it's similar? Oh, okay. I haven't asked a person yet like you what it's like. Because there are some people who come on who are learning Chinese and they're learning Japanese, and they think this stuff is really weird and or a waste of time. And I've been having a blast doing this. I haven't done it this way. Usually I do like a mind palace thing, which is probably what you're describing. Basically, if I had to start over, if someone wanted me to start over and I didn't use an app or anything, what would I do? Well, I would just attach this to something, right? Like, I would attach this to something. This looks like a window with drapes. So I would just attach it to windows with drapes, which is what they're doing. But, radicals already have certain things built into them. So that's kind of where HanziHero took it. They already built in to the characters, so I just learned those as opposed to creating my own way of doing it. You know the pronounce of substructures, so you imagine the pronunciation by this. Yeah, that's exactly what this ended up doing. So now you're like, when I'm, I haven't gotten this character right, like for example, but it could be a zhi. It kind of looks like a zhi, so that's probably at least this, something like that. And this is it kind of looks like a it can be related to maybe like a xi. And then this is definitely a fu, probably. Or no, actually maybe not a fu. This might be something like something here and an un or something. And then because I know Japanese, I could also attach it to Japanese. Like for example, this is satsu. This is satsu. And lately I've been able to like relate the Japanese onyomi to Chinese. So when you ever have like zhi, right? Zhi, you'll probably have ji. They are similar to me when you were young, so I think just practice more. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not like it doesn't matter if I'm predicting these things. I can get to the answer the moment I get exposed to them. So I'm not responsible for these things. So I'm not practicing to guess. I'm practicing for memory. So the things that I'm talking about are it's for retention. Not for encoding. I don't really need to guess on these. At some point we'll just be exposed to it. But yeah. We're talking about memory here. Most of the time. Yeah. You don't have to practice more if you already know it. But I haven't gotten these yet, so there's nothing to practice. What the other thing that you're talking about is prediction. So I'm not concerned about prediction. No need for prediction. But it's interesting that you go about using the thing for prediction. Like I'm not sure if that's what you mean. So you think just practice more. I'm not practicing to predict anything. Yeah. Because it's not true. It's not consistent enough to use as universal rules. Like, is this a li? It may be. Sometimes. Possibly. I kind of get what you mean. Using the substructures to imagine how to pronounce them. So do you predict, like, are you saying your substructure is helping you, like, you know what this is red? Like, if you didn't know what this is, say you don't know this character, right? You don't know this at all. No one has ever told you anything. I don't know. Do you have a character? This is a funny situation. Do you know what the read of this character is in Japanese? Have you learned this yet? Memorizing by predicting? Interesting. So, like, let's not use Chinese then. Let's use Japanese. Like, do you know what this is because you're using prediction in Japanese? Because I don't think this looks like whatever the Japanese thing is. But for Chinese, maybe I can kind of relate to you. But this I wouldn't know. So, okay, but you don't use the same system to learn Japanese, right? What does this look like in Japanese? I have no idea of that. What is the closest thing? So, interesting. Yeah, so my approach, like this approach is similar in Japanese, where what this looks like is how I understand what it is. Yeah, like this is a bookshelf, so it's satsu. Or this kind of looks like what I would associate to a bookshelf. So this is satsu. Or book counter. Yeah, then you can say "su" is something else, and yes, exactly. So is that what you typically do? Because I really like doing that. Like when I haven't done my Wanikani lessons yet. So when I'm on Wanikani, that's how you memorize? Okay. Because on Wanikani, that's what I do back and forth. If Hanzi is first, then I memorize, a lot of times I memorize the Japanese, the kanji based on what I know, what I memorize, like what I know or feel from Chinese. And I really love doing this. And I was curious if you decided that's how you're gonna go about it, or do you use some other way to get kanji in like a different way just because you wanted to. And one of the ways is HanziHero, what HanziHero was talking about, and that goes back to that. He's talking about like connecting things using the language you know to describe the characters. But you don't have to if you already know Hanzi. I think you are the only person that I know really well, or like know well enough that you have English and Chinese, and you have an interest in learning Japanese from a educated perspective. I don't know how common is it common at all for Chinese people to be interested in learning Japanese? 我听到别人说的中文 right 中文人不要或不需要学习日本话是吗？对不对？ No? Okay. That's my impression anyways. It's even not common in China to learn English. Oh, I didn't realize that. Huh. Well, then you're you're definitely different. I have a different impression coming from you, of course. Most of the people forget English after graduating. Oh, really? Huh, I wonder what it's like in Japan. So it's kind of similar in the reverse. Like, I still remember some of my Spanish. I've been working on my Spanish though. But yeah, in the United States, you know, there was another language being taught a lot of times as enrichment. But you kind of just forget after graduating. In China, it's very rare to use English. I see. Yeah, with the 父母不知道太多英文 despite living in the country for pretty much most of their life now, like 2/3 of their life. They have not 我说福州话帮我父母跟 like 医生说话. Like I interpret most of the time. I forgot how to say translate, but I don't even know how to say interpret. Yeah. Yeah, I act as interpreter most. My parents often give me this your usual adult excuse, like they're too old to learn a new language, or it takes someone very intelligent to learn a new language. 我的爸爸说对我说的我很聪明 but 他不是聪明不够聪明 It's like, okay. That's what my father says all the time. It's like, but you're smart. 你也聪明我没搞聪明 So你也it's the same thing. I'm trying to say the same thing, but I'm trying to find like a direct translation. But basically he just says like, you're smart enough to learn another language whenever you please. I'm not. And I'm like, he is my father and they're my parents, so I don't talk back, right? That's not my place. If they don't want to learn English, they don't want to learn English. That's more or less. So the alternative is I learn and then we can talk. So a lot of times now when I'm like, 这字是什么意思 right 意思 now I may if I can't figure out what the word is, I would just say it in Mandarin, and they have more Mandarin too and be able to describe it. So I've overcome some language barriers, some over the last couple months whenever I have to do business with my parents, take care of taxes and stuff. It has become a lot easier to just show them I either write the character out on a piece of paper or just say the word. Although my parents occasionally would have to double take, and it's like, wait, why are you suddenly speaking in Mandarin? It's like, because I don't know the word in Fujonese. And if I say the English word, it doesn't make any sense. Indeed. Indeed. Anyways. Thought I share. Alright. So, this is how I'm learning, like, this is how I'm getting new characters. No, because most of my new characters are coming from HanziHero. So we do these things where, like, Link is in the bathroom. I mean, Link is in the living room of the house, where for whatever reason, he thought it was a great idea, because he's a goober, to build a cliff-size wall that is a Chinese mile long. That's a Chinese mile long. And meanwhile, a foreman is making fun of him because he's only have a fraction of it done. So this is where it means fraction. And it's Lee. Actually, I missed something. Is it a tree? It's probably a tree. So he took a tree to make this cliff-size wall. A fraction of a cliff-size wall. So because of this, I know how to write this character as well. So a cliff, Chinese mile, foreman, and a tree. So if I know Lee and I know any of the definition or the story, I will be able to write the character again. And that's what we've been doing for the last almost 200 days, right? I think one of the things that I really enjoy about doing this is because it allows me to write the characters again. Like the different parts of the structure. So it allows me to pay attention to specific structure of the words or the characters. And then you can build anything. You can even plug and chug different characters for fun to make like word puns and whatnot. And it's easier, in my opinion, it has been a lot easier to learn new words because the new words tend to be a different combination of related characters already. Makes sense? By meaning instead of pronounce, I think what we can use also be Hazix. Yeah. Yeah. So Xena is in the living room of the pawn shop, or is in the pawn shop. It's inside the pawn shop where she works. And she's kind of bored. So she placed a salt shaker. Oh boy. Oh, it's the other way. Salt shaker across the room, and she took and shoot it with a blowgun and practice shooting it with a blowgun to entertain herself. A blowgun. And this is salty. And then she like spreads salt all over the place because she didn't think about it. Right? Oh wait, I forgot that it's different. It's you have to do the right. Salt shaker. Yeah, take care. Thanks for hanging out, Chow. Thanks for catching up. Let me know. Enjoy your dinner, by the way, or prep your dinner. Let me know where you decide to drive for the first time with your driver's license. You should go get a juicy burger and a great milkshake at a local place or something. I don't know. That sounds like a great way to celebrate driver's license. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is made his way to the bathroom of the English Manor, where he's trying to destroy, right? He's trying to destroy the mirror. This evil mirror. By maybe like his rival scientist with some metal. It turns out the mirror was made of some invincible metal as well. You'll let me know when you come back? Alright. Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. Whoops. So Yoshi. Okay, so now what is Yoshi doing? Yoshi's just chilling in the living room. And suddenly a zombie shows up. A Zamboni shows up. And Yoshi's, nah. I doubt this will be a problem. So he pops out an egg and chucks it at him. He doubt the zombie's gonna get up from that one. Okay. Then we have Art Simpson, who snuck his way down to the cellar of a barn, where he is looking for the hidden treasure. So he destroyed what he saw. He destroyed a walking dollhouse. No, just a dollhouse. And smashed some pots filled with manure. Or, yeah, vases? What does the vase look like? I don't remember. Oh, right. And eventually discovered a holy scepter, or like a scepter, I guess, with some shellfish in it, or made of like some encrusted shellfish. Shellfish is what I'm using as a currency, so that's kind of where we're going with that. In the mnemonic world. Alright, so Jimmy, let's see, Jimmy Neutron is outside of the English Manor, closely examining the immaculate lawn. Right, he's so focused. Then suddenly, a guard on horseback showed up and attempted to salute him. What was it? Was that a foreman? I think that was a foreman, yeah. Salute him, but ended up startling Jimmy because he was so focused on the lawn. Okay. Then we have Xena. This one's probably the weakest. Xena made her way to the bathroom of the pawn shop where she works. And she was making she was using some small tools. I think I added too many lines. Small tools to make a county map of the pawn shop in. The pawn shop's county in silk. Hoping to sell the silk map in a pawn shop, right? Alright, so we have 4 things. 4 things to cover. Bay. Wait, which bay? Oh, this bay. No, Mouthguard Bay. Second Mouthguard Bay. Bay for times. It's a hiccup. It's not too bad. And then Rung. Oh, Rung is disgusting. You're right. It's like boombox. Boombox. Wired fence. Art? Oh no, I missed something. What is it? To yield. Oh, I missed a lid. Oh, and it's a dress. It's not a heart. So it's a lid, boombox, wired fence, and dress. Right. And that is Rang, which is to yield. That's a hiccup too. Right? Yield. Yes. It's often mixed with Rang. Rang versus Rang. And then we have Wei. Which way is it? Oh, it's way as in call, to call, way. I got it confused with Luo or Lun. Or is it Luo? No, it's Lu. I was thinking of Lu, actually. It's a way. And then G. Which G am I thinking of? G. Oh no, Chu. No, G, yes, G. I don't know. I guess that's fine. 3 is good. We had some really fun conversations, so all worth it. How long did I go? We have a really long Wanikani session coming up still. Okay, 5.5 hours. We'll try to keep it to 4 hours, right? All right, folks. There you have it. It's the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, shit, right? As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself, right? Try it out. Feel free to stop on by. We got a little conversation today with another person who's been using HanziHero. That's kind of neat. I can't wait to hear more about their progress in the future. Or, just banter. Today I talked about I talk about the Mentalist a lot. The show Mentalist. And it deals a lot with Excuse me. It deals a lot with like behavioral interpersonal communication and like manipulation and whatnot, and I really like talking about that stuff. And Bree is a avid mentalist fan, so you gotta build commonality. More on that in the future probably. I'm still watching the show at the moment. And then Zhao is like my resident university advanced degree English, Chinese, Japanese enthusiast kind of person. So that's pretty sweet that I get to catch up. And Procol stopped on by today too. So today has been a long day. Been a nice yap day. Gotta keep up with the social links. And anyone else, you're free to stop on by, you know, share some stories, share some experiences, brainstorm some ideas, strategize, talk about whatever. I'm always open to making a fool of myself at the expense of entertainment and building relations, right? It can be once a year. I just like to make sure that people understand it's great to know random things or like pursue things out of passion and then sharing them. It keeps people thinking that what they do is very valuable and that they continue to pursue it. I think stuff like this, language learning, is something that can be incredibly rewarding, not necessarily because it's incredibly pragmatic, right? And as always, right, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 感谢观看，感谢观看, right? Thank you for watching. And I am gonna take a quick break. Take a quick bathroom break, stretch around, walk a little bit, which I often recommend other people who are seated for a very long time. Walk around, stretch, you know, work on a time machine in the background, check out all your pet dinosaurs, and I'll be back, right, for Wanikani's lesson. Thank you.